Hello, hello everyone. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully well. Oh, I forgot that we did this whole the screen effects Mama Dodo thing last time. How are y'all doing? Hey Origin, hey Barbaric, how are y'all doing? Hey Scallion, hey Star. Hopefully y'all are doing well. I got myself some food. I have a burrito with a slightly messed up ground meat that should not have as much tomato paste as I put into it. And then a little bit of hot sauce on top, and some spinach, ground beef and spinach. Good. How's y'all's week? Talk to me. I'm gonna be a good streamer and eat some food. Very good. Good, good. I'm glad. How have you been, Star? It's been a hot minute. I've seen you pop in here and there, but I don't think we caught up lately. Hey, Piranha. Welcome in, welcome in. How are y'all doing? So I messed up the candy chemistry experiment and kept throwing gummy bears into it? Really? What is the cotton chemistry experiment? Good. Hey, Shadow, welcome to the land of the living. How are you doing? I guess the land of the unliving? I shouldn't welcome people in the land of the living as an undead dodo, should I? It's like, someone who's partially dead. I feel that on a personal level. I do have the thing on. I don't know if there's a way for me to turn it off, right? At least not that I'm aware of. It's just kind of on. I guess I could mess with like the filters or something on it. In fact, I should probably... Yeah, we probably should hide the source. Now that I think about it. Let's see what we can do. If I go to filters... Oh, main. Okay. 50% dead, 50% alive, 100% pain. And 100% reason to remember the name. A lot of Ultra Kill and FNAF. Yeah, you do love your Ultra Kill. And how is the temperature change? Is it? Welcome in, artist. How are you doing? We'll be doing some art today. Speaking of which. If I could find Mama Dodo, there you are. There you are. Okay, that's none of the none of that is what is causing it. I don't even know what year is it. I don't know how long it's been. I did it, but when I applied to the scene to my main scene, it stopped. No. But at least you got it to work? Question mark? Oh, right. Right. I know what it is. It's dynamic mask. That's what it was. So now I go to the dynamic mask and then I just do boop. Simple. Well, it's not that simple. We'll do, what if we do this? Boop, boop, boop. No. Well, this kind of worked. There's a little bit of purple in the middle of the eye still, but yeah. Setting in a convenient location on my bed. Well, that's their spot now. Yeah, blast it almost. Almost, right? Hey, Ratty, welcome in. How you doing? I just took a big bite of my food. Yeah, let's go, Ratty. 14 months, man. Can you believe it? It's been so good. For those wondering what I'm eating. 1 year, 3 months, 3 days, 24 hours, 24 minutes, 21 seconds. Yeah. So good, dude. I'm eating ground beef, tortilla, spinach, and some hot sauce. Kind of like a breakfast burrito kind of deal. The ground meat was perfect until I added way too much tomato paste, and now it's just like way too much tomato paste. Yeah. It feels like it was just a couple months ago that with y'all, we were at that Satisfactory doing the fireworks for New Year's. And we made the time capsule. It's kind of crazy. Right? It's a big bed and she has to sit in the middle. Exactly. It's the perfect spot. Patiently waiting for the 12th Doctor. Well, I believe in you. I believe in your patience. They always do, Scallion. They always do. Yeah. Look at all those follow ages. Man, time flies. Alright. Floofy in what way? By the way, welcome in everybody. It was wonderful having you. I apologize for not streaming yesterday, but without going into too much detail, because it's a bit of a trauma dump, I don't have the best relationship with my father. So we had a lunch yesterday, and it was exhausting, to say the least. So I came home like an hour late, already exhausted, and I'm just like, ugh, let's just not have stream. Like, a part of me is just like, remembers about all those feather duster. That's so cute. That's so cute, Ratty. No, it's the, like, I remember seeing like a bunch of stuff where it's just like, oh, even if you don't feel like streaming, you should push through it. It's like a lot of my best streams are ones that I streamed anyway. But I think that's like an argument for if you just don't want to get out of bed. You know what I mean? Thank you, thank you. I know. I appreciate it. It was less of a I need rest and more to do with like I need to fully like absorb and process what like my feelings and the situation at hand and getting to a healthy ending of it. Yeah. So either way, we'll plan another day sometime this week, or maybe we'll just do it Saturday to do more game stuff. Thank you. I'm also glad that I did, because I also didn't do much for the rest of the day. I took a second shower because that's how I process. Does anyone else use a shower as a way to mentally process things? Thank you. Much appreciated. Much obliged. But yeah, so what about y'all's week? Anything new? Anything interesting? I'm trying to think what else I did. I've been playing a lot of PoE 2. I've been playing Marvel Rivals. I've been playing a lot of games. I'm trying to put it the hottest possibly can be, and then think while you boil. Yes, Piranha, exactly. It's my zen place. It's my meditative place, dude. And when it comes to the shower, my showers are always long, but that's because that's like my place to like center myself. When it comes to running water, that's just how it is. But I've always been that way with water. I used to be a swimmer growing up. I used to be on a swim team. Okay, good to know, Roddy. Thank you. Because, like, again, I want to play it, but it's just not worth that much money to me. To me. To other people, it might be. Well, like a lobster is one of the best places to think. True. Pretty much. And then for me, it's like, I could always, I tell how much time I've been in there by the wrinkling of my fingers. I'm like, I've been in here by like 30 minutes. But nowadays, where I'm currently living now, the hot water ends way before I'm ready to get out. So, but that's just how it be sometimes. If I'm stiffing enough, I apologize. The hot sauce be hot saucing. For those wondering what it is, I think it's Tabasco pepper sauce is what I usually use. Because it's flavorful. It's very flavorful. And it's just hot enough. It's a little hotter than hot enough, but yeah. But yeah, as far as what we're doing today, by the way, besides just hanging out and talking for the first, like, hour. We're actually going to hang out with Melon and do some art. There's a game that we got recently. What was it called? Hold on. Go? Gogh? Focus with your avatar? Thank you! How are you doing? This is not available anymore. The modular building system is also awesome. The game has to support a workshop so you can upload and download community-made creations. Ooh, what's been your favorite one so far? Does that mean we get to make our own dinosaurs? Or is it just make your own, like, structures? That's really good, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's pretty good. So it's kind of like we're in a virtual room and we're just doing stuff. As far as what we're gonna be drawing, it's kind of a toss-up. Because one hand, we could do more, you know, emotes for stream. On the other, we might work on, like, idealist-related stuff. Because why not? Come back after, like... Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry it hasn't been done very well, but... a lot enough. And I'm glad for that. Custom enclosures. That's pretty cool. What's your favorite? Let me know if y'all hear me smacking and it's being annoying. I'm doing my best to make sure it's not getting picked up by the mic. Let's go, Skyrim. Recently, I was thinking about what our art tag should be on social media. I'm thinking ideal art, but spelled with a 1. Because even though right now everything's Mama Dodo, that won't always be the case. As we introduce more characters, etc. Mama Dodo is just one of the main cast. I like enclosure built with rocks. Also, yes, babies are adorable. Good, good. I mean, how can they not be? They're baby dinosaurs. You know? Welcome to the check-in. I was gonna say, we've added a few things since you've been gone. Daily check-in. We also have follow age now, if you want to see how long you've been following. Whew. This hot sauce, damn. But I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Yeah, it was a lot of PoE 2. It was a lot of Marvel Rivals. Oh, right. I've been because of the way we changed up the way we did VODs, so we were able to catch up every week. It gives me time to essentially, like, sit down and edit videos, like, really heavily, but without, like, a time constraint. And I've been working on the routine one, and I wanted to brag because I worked really, really hard. Of the routine video will hopefully come out within the next few weeks, hopefully next week. And I got a 6-hour video down to 1 hour with 1,044 cuts. It's a lot. It's a lot. But I kind of fell in love with editing a little bit again. It's been a hot minute since I felt that, like, for those that remember way back, I don't think any of y'all were here, actually, now that I think about it. Anyone who was there at the time hasn't showed up for a while. And it was I did something similar with Dead Space, where I sat down and did it. And there were moments that I fell in love with, and I was like, oh, this is awesome, this is amazing, and then it just didn't do well on YouTube, because it was like, of course, it was my first video and the audio quality was bad. And I was just like, well, I guess we'll just try other stuff. And then I tried exploring other things, and then I just kind of I just didn't do that anymore. So now that I've kind of done it again, I'm like, wow, I really like this. And for that, you'll have to see the video, but it's what I fall in love with are the transitions between scenes and finding ways to make them kind of blur into each other in a very organic and interesting way. It's so cool. Oh, I also was shown a real gore death by the same person that fucked up the Kim experiment. No, but what? Who is this person? Who is this person? Who is this villain? I created a cinnamon sugar lime water concoction and it somehow tastes good. It sounds good. Well, first of all, you have lime and sugar. Like, it's hard to mess that up. And then if you especially like cinnamon, which I assume you do because you made it, that's good. It sounds great. What do you mean? Milk. Milk is my answer ready. I grew up with water. There's nothing wrong with water. It's better with milk. It's better than you think with water. Let's say, like, instant hot chocolate with water is like a 7, and with milk it's like an 8.5. You know, it's like, it still works. It's still hot chocolate, but milk is better. Did you say I'm not talking to them anymore? Yeah. Yeah, I could see why. And I am happy that you're not. I can taste the fat in milk. I don't like the texture. Yeah. I grew up on milk. Specifically skim milk, because I couldn't process anything heavier than that. But I still drink milk to this day. In fact, I had some milk with my burrito to kind of curb the heat a bit. It didn't work. And now I'm drinking like water and soda, being like, please, please. Oh, for those that don't know, by the way, Peak is having a BB No Money collab party thing this weekend. So check it out while you can. It's Melon and I and other friends checked it out last night, so I highly recommend. It's funny. Correct. Milk is goated. Only drawback is that it makes a skin Oh, it does make a skin? It doesn't. Mine usually doesn't last long enough to leave a skin. But that's an acceptable trade-off for a superior taste and texture. I mean, it does change the texture a little bit, but it's not crazy different. You know what I mean? OG Mama Dodo costume. My God. Let's see if I can remove the pink. Oh, I know what it is. There we go. Oh, let's do this then. Let's put this back on. Then let's do boom, boom. There we go. So for those that don't know, last time when we did game dev, instead of doing game dev, we did streamer dev, where we did, you know, those VTuber where the screen affects the model. This is the effect of it. So basically, what I'm giving the impression of are the fossils glow. The miasma's there, but the miasma becomes a lot more almost like see-through, whereas everything else floating in the miasma pop. It's very interesting. Ooh, speaking of slime, I'll switch it back, Scallion. I'll switch it back. Let me show you what the slime one I think is one of my favorite that looks like this. In fact, let's go through the list. We'll go back to OG Mama Dodo when we're done. But look at the slime. It's so good with this lighting. Look at it. Like the egg like glows. All right, we'll stick with the slime then. So we'll go down the list. I'll show you how everything looks. Okay, so hold on. Excuse me, I apologize. All right, slots. So now it looks like the buttons glow and all that, but everything else kind of like in the shade. Chef Mama Dodo, where the hat and the skull glow, but the food in the pan, or the food in the pan also glow, but everything else is in the shade. This is Martha. Wait, how did we get this blue tinge on Martha? What? I don't remember ever there being a blue tinge with Martha. Wait a second. Oh wait, hold on. Yep. For those that don't know what this is, I have Steam up on the side, so if I minimize it, yeah, okay. Now let's go back up. It was being influenced by my Steam in the background. All right, this is Mama Dodo with essentially a black screen, right? This is a black screen, and then it will be influenced depending what we're doing. I'm new Mama Dodo being a stick with a skull on its face. That is a vulture from Rain World. That was what was the inspiration for that. Okay, here we go. That's very dark. That is very dark. All right. Let's move on. Hey, Foxy. In fact, let's turn it up just a touch. Let's see here. Opacity. Oh, right. The opacity. This needs to be. I think the opacity for the dynamic mask needs to be 0.8. Properties. Filter glow is still being the weird one. Yeah. No, we're good. All right. So now that we made it 80% instead of, I think, 100%. I think I made it 100%. I am in agreement that 100% was a bit much. Okay. Or 8. So there we go. Then here's the slime. Still, I think the slime looks so good. The glowy egg It makes it look like almost like a purple radioactive slime. I'm gonna play some lobotomy corporation. I'll let you know if it goes well. Bro, I miss that game. I miss, like, we played it once during the Halloween stream, the first one, and it was a lot of fun. Like Baba Slotto. Amadota has a pass. Boo. Boo. Alright, and then yeah, this is the one, the chef that looks like that. And then this is the Martha one. Yeah, this is the Martha with the glowing skull. I wanted the eye to pop more. Like, not gonna lie, I wanted the eye to really pop. But for whatever reason, it does not with this. Then we have this one, which I think it turned out really well. Because look how much it, like, pops from the darkness. I wanted to try to get that. You don't think I want to say, honestly, I might go back and change this costume a little bit. You see where I have, like, the black background where it looks like it's like, oh, it's always coming from the darkness. I think if we removed that black goop behind it and just make it so it looks like it's just coming out of the screen instead, I think that would have more of an effect. Like, have the black be the outside of the animated going back and forth, right? If I introduced a hardcore Limbus Company fan to your channel, he'd see the word ideal and go crazy. Well, welcome them in regardless. What is Limbus Company fan, by the way? What is that? Don't mind Foxy. Apparently that's just like you pull their string like a toy, and like a bear toy. A non-shark know about her. Would you be called a shark? Right? Bull shark is crazy, by the way. Like, that's good on them. Good on them. And then we have this one, which honestly, this one got messed up. I don't know what's wrong with this one. I don't know what the glow is doing with this one. But I'm hoping that the next version, which we still need to do because we still need to play BioShock Infinite. I don't know how that a 255 centimeter. See, I'm a dirty American. Like, I don't know. No, wait. So it's 2.5 meters? Are my units correct in that? Yeah, it's too bright. Like, the middle part, I made the middle part like invisible, but for whatever reason it's still glowing. It's weird. It's weird. And then this is the lighthouse one, which I really wanted the light to really be really bright, and I think it works. I think this one's pretty good. Got it in a bucket. Well, listen, fishing isn't easy. It's a lot harder than people think it is, but it's a lot easier than what people think it is too. All right, and then this is the doll. It's like, oh, I don't know how I made this effect. I don't know how to duplicate this effect, but the egg being staticky on this costume is so cool. Like, and when I talk, it like is in like an optical illusion. It looks like it's sparkling and moving, and I'm like, I'm not doing that. There's nothing in my system that is doing that. It's crazy. Oh, web fishing. Thank you. And then potion, where Mama Dodo is kind of like floating in some dark water. Then here are the egg ones. Egg ones are a little, they're good, but you know, I can see it. Do you just go check out the fan art channel? Ooh, I'd love to play web fishing at some point. Okay, good to know. I know every once in a while we still do some web fishing day. Today we're gonna be doing some art, but we'll ask Melon. We'll ask Melon what they're up to. let's see here. Let's check the fan art. Let's actually finish this out and then switch back to slime, and then we'll check the fan art channel. You should just play Post Shift 2. Do I want to know what Post Shift 2? Is that a job simulator, or is that a manual driving simulator? Because it really is 50-50 in my head. So this is Egg, and then this is Guy. There was a cursed version of this when we were working things out, and the hairs on the armpits and the chest were a different color, so they started glowing, and I'm like, no, we cannot keep that. We cannot keep that. It's so weird. They're about to run out of charge. No, you just got here. No. Could you plug it in, or are you gonzo? Well, regardless of how long you're here, I appreciate you stopping by. And then this is our robot boy, our robo boy, a roboy, with all the different little versions from the emotes that we have it turned off. Play back in 5 minutes, Max, I swear. All right. See you in a bit. All right, now we're back to this. Let's check out the fan channel, yeah? Let us look at the fan channel. Oh no, it's far worse. It's a FNAF fan game that was so hard it was taken off Game Jolt 5 hours later. It got patched and made easier. It's still hard. Ooh, interesting. Hey. Okay, so post shift I can see it being. What makes it so difficult? Ah. Well, I see the shark in general. That is it's a big. He looks so fed up. It's so funny. All right, fan art. Can I show it? Can I show Scallion? Can I please show this? It's so funny. It should be fine. It's just shirtless. It's male presenting. We should be good. Probably. Hopefully. Maybe. In the pre-patch, it would barely explain the important stuff. It's very precise, and RNG needs to be, like, perfect. When it's depending on RNG, that's when I'm like, ugh. I wonder if my childhood is okay. Probably. This is the... It's really good. It's honestly really, really good. You did a great job. I love this. Your anatomy's real good, dude. Oh my gosh. The fan art channel, dude. So good. I loved hold on. I'm just going through it now. I'm just looking at it. What does bro have gills? He doesn't have gills. He has, oh, you mean on his abs. Those are just, that's what peak physique looks like. You may be upset with it. And then there's this one where we're playing, the mosquito just straight up kills me. Astronomer Mama Dodo. Gosh. And then this is the dodo in Spore. I used to play Spore all the time, dude. Look at all this. I've been compelled to draw it by a demon. Honestly, listen to that demon a little more. It was very good. Fallen London cameo. I'm loving these guys. No, being able to make this in the 3D is crazy good. That's so good. Oh, I remember this. This is like the rest of the rest of Martha, where it's just because they really had like this body shape. It's so funny. Gosh, y'all are so talented. Look at these. Oh, Chat and a Mug. Oh, it's so cute. Look at them. Oh, it's Chat and a Mug. If I buy the Show My Art redeem, can I do the full album or a couple songs? You could do a song. You can do a song for Show My Art. Depending how I'm feeling, I might throw in a few extra. But not a full album. I'm holding Scallion hostage. Look at these. Oh, so good. Oh yeah, this is where I was getting hit by a car because y'all kept talking about the plush doing that. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is when we were this was last Christmas. So this is a full thing since, because I showed my face. Should I do that again this year? Should I do another show my face for Christmas as like a Christmas present kind of deal? My presence is my present. We can make it like a usual thing. Like the song? Exactly. Duck Mama Dodo. And then this is like the stim board. Yeah. Yeah, you probably could. You probably could. Like y'all did a very good job. Such talented people. My God. Golf claps all around. Golf claps. Get a round of applause. AKA you golf clap in a circle. Did anyone else do that? Was that just me? Oh gosh. But yes. So and then I tried. I'm not even gonna set, but let's do let's pull up Gogh. And then what we'll do, we'll just hang out a little bit more. I can actually probably start, well, I can't set up while I still have food here. We'll do like an ad break. I'll put up food and then I'll set up the art stuff. And for those that don't know what Gogh is, essentially it's just like a productivity app where it's like, it's something that goes in the background while you do stuff. Why is this? I don't think this is the room that I wanted. Why am I in this room? For those that don't know, let's see here. It would be gameplay. Go. Yeah. I don't know whose room I'm in, but this isn't the one that I chose. Let's see here. Room name. So add room. Here we go. I wanted nighttime. I definitely don't want that. Which one do we want? Let's see. I want mountain. Oh, it was this one, but it was at nighttime. Okay, I get it. I kind of like the shark plushie here. I don't like cityscapes. I'm not a beach guy. I would pick this one if this was a mountain backdrop. Could I mess with the background though? Oh, what we could do is just start making our own. OperaGX can't run Twitch, so it's gonna have to wait for a bit. Really? OperaGX runs Twitch fine for me. Why is there no mounted? There's that one. There's that one. There's that one. I guess this is, yeah. Let's have normal flower. Okay. It doesn't support it for me? That's crazy. Don't worry, guys. This is a room. I'm totally fine. This is what my room normally looks like. Look at him. He's just like, I'm gonna sleep on the floor. It's fine. We'll be fine. Let's see. Let's edit the room. We should have a desk. Ooh, I was considering a kotatsu in like my real life one, because it was A, additional storage, and B, it was like it took less room than a normal like table would, and I didn't have a lot of room to work with. So that could be fun. I'll be gone for 2 seconds, and that is the only thing you could trust me with. What about the rest? I can't trust you with anything else. That's kind of crazy. Gaming chair. Okay, so we definitely have you somewhere. This is such a small room. What the hell? Hey, Ludo, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm glad you could tell. That's a good sign that I was pretty accurate with it. And wait, so this should be working correctly now, where the background stuff should affect Mama Dodo accordingly. So let's see here. Dynamic mask. I love this game so much. One of my faves. Slime Rancher or the Gogh that we're currently like looking at now. Okay, that blur. And then game properties. Aha. I knew it. It's not blurred. It's reflected. Also, by the way, did you hear Balls Crow? I think I heard Balls Deluxe. I don't think I did. Wait, I thought I also heard Crow. For those that don't know, those are names of songs. You should take a pic of the last time you showed your face and take the image split to where your mouth is, and then you talk. You look like a Canadians in South Park. Honestly, Star, that's a good idea. He's like, guys, I'm showing my face, and it's just like, meh. Get out of here, buddy. Like, I turned myself into a PNG tuber. That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty funny. That's actually a pretty good idea, though. All right, so composite blur 140. So then composite blur 140. Close. All right, so now things, it should be affecting accordingly. But seriously though, this is such a small room that I think I'm gonna restore. No, what we're gonna do is that discard. We are gonna we're gonna make a new room. No, where's the new room? I wanna give me. Yep, new room. We're gonna have creative, large. There you go. Oi. What you're telling me is a Toto IRL. Technically, Idealist isn't a dodo at IRL. Idealist is a human? Question mark? Ascended? I don't know how to describe him. He certainly was born human. At what point do you just no longer become it? You know what I mean? He didn't die and come back or anything like that. But like, yeah, at a certain point, there's a certain level where you're just like, I don't know if he's human anymore. I don't think he knows. And I think that's the direction I would go. It's like, I don't even think he knows what he is at this point. Honestly, this is really funny. I might, like, as much as I want to customize this is really funny. Just me in a giant room and like a bed in the corner. Let's just throw like a single bed in a corner. I'm a big bed haver. Wait, do I have a king or do I have a queen? Why is the queen one just the same size as the king? It's the same. It's the same. It's the same size. It's the same size. It's like maybe a little bit. Yeah, should we make like a bunch of different rooms for all the different summons? No, seriously though, why is this wait, like the same? How did I even turn it? Oh, okay. Come on. Where's the spot? Where's the spot? Where's the spot? Can I like click it? Okay, so oh, I could just do this. That checks out. Yeah, no, this is like, okay, it's a little smaller, but man, is that like no difference between the two beds. It's like size 0.10, size 0.9. 1.0 versus 0.9. Oh my gosh. And that's the twins, etc. So I think this is we'll just do like a queen size bed here. We'll have this be like as completely in a bad spot as possible. We want this where we don't even get to look outside the windows and then the sunlight hits our head, and this is the only thing this room has. It's like there's a pile of clothes in one corner and a pile of clothes in the other corner. That's all this room has. Oh my gosh. Oh. All right, Foxy, what am I listening to? You tell me. I don't want any of those. Did somebody say look outside? Yeah, put the link in the Discord. We'll watch it and then we'll go to ad break. And then we'll go to a collab space to I won't even say host a room, but we'll start doing art. I think at the very least we need a bunch of screens. That's chairs. Okay, here we go. Screens. We need, oh, we'll put an old TV. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Perfect. Okay. All right. But how do I put something in? I can put something in here. But we can put something in here. What I'm gonna do is that there's a single TV. We're gonna put our like drawing thing on this TV. Or what we might do is, ooh, what if we did this? What if we did this? What if we did grid? Perfect. Lincolns in general, perfect. How do I post a clip I just made? Post, I guess you could do it in the Discord. All right, and then perfect. Like this. Yeah. Can I like multi-click? I can't. I cannot. I like that it's also just not near the wall at all. Alright, hold on. This one is boop. Can I make this like no, let's just do dark green. Let's do green. Add. Boom. 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 Save. Alright, I'm gonna go not to be able to see. Understandable. Alright. I am going to do it right now. I just wanted to finish that out. Alright. Corinth, you say? Let us see. Corinth. I have to sign up for Spotify. Can I just play it here? All right. Hell yeah. Can y'all hear it is the question. Let's see.
Filling up my sperm count, coconut daydream, Super Saiyan, I'm about to go grade 8. And don't you think I'm crazy, cause I'm not gonna go rape. It's
Go what? That better not be what I thought it was. Go what?
in this relatively close. I live the Worcester. Also, ain't like an either. You're gonna dance, motherfucking sweet. Next day to the Taylor Swift. Oatmeal with a roll in the house with my feet. Like the luck is going crazy. Yeah, they coming the fuck. Man.
Corinth, huh? I don't know. That couldn't have been the whole song. But that's at least... Oh, that's the preview from the Spotify link. Got you. Alright. Stream keeps pausing? That's unfortunate. Is there like a game, like, where if you have stream up in the background and you play a different game, does it then pause everything in the background to, like, allocate resources? Because I had to turn that off on my iPad. Probably a reference to the Greek city and shit. Ignore all questionable bara. What is bara? I don't even know what that means. Alright, let's see. Bars. Well, here's the thing. If there are certain lyrics in there that I hope wasn't what I thought I heard. Because if so, I definitely can't play that on stream, let alone listen to. Bar, don't look up opponents. Ratty's like protecting me from not letting me look outside. Don't look outside! Don't do it! Alright, I guess I should also just make a Spotify account, I guess. I'm probably one of the few people nowadays that don't use Spotify at all. Alright. I'm gonna clean up my silverware, start setting up stuff for drawing, set up for collab, etc. And... excuse me, I'm gonna sneeze on mic. That's super important too. I will be back in 3 minutes. See y'all then. Hello. I'm still setting up. But yeah, if you got worse lines, then sorry, Foxy. I can't listen to them on stream. Sorry, my boy. I'm happy that you're exploring your passions, and I'm supportive of what you do, but I just can't. I'm sure I'm gonna be able to see the stream and play a lot at the same time. Different screens. A lot of people put me on the TV. If you have that, I promise not to curse too much. For whom the ads playing? If you didn't get ads, then you're one of the lucky few that Twitch was just like, nah, you good. Difficult to say. Let's see here. Get rid of all these. To whom does the ads play? To whom do the bell tolls? Let's see, is this on? No, it's not. Oh, I know what it is. I need to switch this. Ooh. This. Boom. It's all for a certain purpose? Okay. I'll let you cook for now. Depending. We'll see what you do with it, but for right now, not on stream you ain't. Alright, so now we do 4K. Also, I was reminded that Spotify support did like Ice Raid ads, so we're not doing that. We are not doing that. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. No, thank you. That will not be here. It's because of the mic quality? Okay. But you say that it's worse. That's why I'm saying if it's worse, if the lyrics are not appropriate, then at the very least on the top left of the screen here. Yeah, they run ice ads, so I'm not doing any of that. I'm gonna keep. They were already something I didn't associate really. Now I'm definitely not going to. Definitely not. All right, so now what are we gonna do? Now, get this off my laptop. All right, so now what we're gonna do is kind of like this, and then attach images, GIFs to items. Okay. Stream, not a camera. You can display OBS or webcam video onto an item. Oh, I can't do like an app? Like no one listens to me, otherwise I would be canceled. Then yeah, why am I gonna play it on stream? What do you mean? If you're gonna get canceled for someone hearing about it, why would I then play it? What are you talking about? Do you have a chance to know how to be able to watch, stream, and play something else with it being full screen? On my iPad, there is a game mode thing that was making it so it was either or, and I turned that off and allowed both to happen at the same time. Otherwise, I would say you would need a different device. But listen, I want you to be here. I want you to have me in the background. But if it's preventing you from doing things that you want, it's okay. It's okay to turn me off. I'll forgive you this time. Oh wait, maybe Elgato screen link? Hopefully I don't immediately, like... We're gonna point this camera somewhere else, just in case. Just in case. What happens if we do OBS? OBS. Actually, yeah. Let's have the music playing in the background instead of our usual go-to. That could be fun. Yeah. Hell yeah. How are we? Game audio, it's a little low. Can I turn this up a little bit? No. There we go. It's a little low, right? There we go. Cool. Well, I will be able to hear you, but if you do something that needs visual context, I'm not going to understand it at all. I will do my best to give you visual context whenever I talk. In fact, a lot of people have me on the background. I should probably give visual context for most things. All right. If you want the instrumental, I can give you that because it's better than the actual song. I don't know. You immediately like putting yourself down. I'm gonna join the collab channel. Hell yeah. Now, here's the question. Why is it if you switch rooms or close the app, the stream will stop? OBS visual camera, start streaming. Well, we have OBS on. Oh, is that what this is what we want to do? Oh, hold on. This might break the stream. This is not, we're not really playing anything. We're doing art, but I'm trying to find an interesting way to have it so that y'all see so here's what I kind of want to do, because we're going to be playing with Melon, right? What I kind of want to do is I want to have 3 of these 4 screens. One of them will be me drawing. Another one will be y'all drawing on Magma, and then the other one will be what Melon is drawing on her stream. And then the bottom right could just be like, I don't know, thinking of something. And then we just have that, and we're just kind of chilling and vibing. But when I try to do it, it's like, oh, you need a OBS virtual camera, which I'm going to try something right now which may break the stream. So I'm going to click it. Okay. OBS virtual camera is on. But it's not doing anything. How? Oh. Output. Program. Preview. Scene. Source. Oh! Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what we need to do. Okay, so we are going to throw out the source of our, what's it called? As our capture card. Capture card. It is a card that is captured. And we gotta capture the card. I don't know what the song is, but we're here regardless. Capture card. Okay. Let's see if it does it. Did it do it? We are doing capture card. OBS virtual camera, start streaming. Did we do it? Did we do it? Get out of here, you flying cat book. You remind me of a certain League of Legends character that I despise. You can also image GIF it. It definitely should be working. Because I see it working on my computer. So it should TM be working. But does it need to be like way up there? Game workday started. I'll let you know if something bad or funny happens. Hell yeah. You know what? We'll do this. We'll do this. While I'm setting this up, this is what I'm gonna do. Let's open up Magma and have y'all chilling and also doing some art while I do some working my way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and we're homebound. Da 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 da. New. Except this name will be, what is today's date? 14th December? 14th December, Sunday chill day. Create. Oh, whoops. Paint bucket. We'll just have this be, yeah, perfectly fine. So now I'll be sure to add this so that you can actually see it. Copy link. Boop. Feel free to join up. I'll also post it in the Discord so that y'all can vibe and chill and hang out and draw to your heart's content. And if we talk and then the link goes up, you could just go to the Discord if you have access to it, of course. There we go. That's in there. Perfect. Now there's two things I need to figure out. Schedule, that's Magma, perfect. So if I were to, I don't know, turn off the gameplay just a little bit. Okay, so the gameplay is turned off. So we have a capture card, right? We see it. We see it with our special eyes. And then we turn this off. That one's not on. Boom. Okay. Good. So that one is Capture 2, which we're gonna now rename to, instead of just Capture 2, to Magma. Perfect. So that's happening. And then we're gonna go back to gameplay, and then we're gonna go like boop. Okay. So now on this one, oh, we can only output one thing at a time with OBS. Interesting. So what if we just do Magma? Just to see. Interesting. Interesting. And by interesting, I say nothing happening. I mean, the good thing is we can have different cameras set up, right? Elgato HD 60X. What is my current one? Mine's just capture utility. It is an Elgato. It's a screen capture whatever. That's why I was originally going to use that. But nothing to be nothing. Oh, I think I just took a snapshot. I did take a screenshot. Interesting. Fascinating. Let's see. Device. Yeah, my capture device is Elgato HD. It is literally there. So what I should be able to do now is one of these should be the Magma, and then the other one should be the Elgato. Huh. But why won't it work? Why do you not work for me? So, display. No. Let's zoom. That's me taking a clip. I think that's auto camera enabled. Interesting. But how do we be able to do it? I guess I could look it up. What? Where? How? Maybe Melon can kind of point out the direction. All right, so what we'll do, we'll have it in the background, right? Name a better combo. Idealist and technical difficulties. We should have a technical difficulties like transition. Not even transition, like scene, where it's just the technical difficulties beep, but then it's just me screaming. So I think what I'll do, because this is such a vibe as far as music, hell yeah, Star, hell yeah, is what I'm gonna do is we are just gonna turn off the gameplay for right now. Where is the gameplay? Gameplay. There it is. Boop. All right. And then magma. Where's magma? Where did magma go? Why isn't it showing magma? Huh? I am confused. Why are you not... Oh, let's turn off this virtual camera. Because this is what I'm seeing, right? But where is it? Oh, that's why. Gotcha. Alright, so we are gonna do... We're gonna have you be there. Capture card will be here. Oh, what did you catch? I still don't know how I arranged this the first time around. That would make it so that... Oh, I know what I can do. Capture card. Let's make capture go beneath magma. And then we have... kind of like this moment. Where we magma will just do I think I just did shared screen, now that I think about it. Now that I think about it. Well, there we are. It's in general. Let me see. Let's not do shared screen while I check. Immediately turns it back off. Oh, yeah! It's a helicoprion. It's a prehistoric creature. It's the buzzsaw shark. An employee just died. No! I want to make sure this is still good to go. Oh my gosh, dude. If this... Why is this being weird? So now, let's... Hold on. I don't know why I can't just make this normally. So what we're going to do is that we're going to do this. Alright. Why is this different? I don't know why these are different, but they are. Okay. Are they the same size? They're not the same size. You're just like, quickly, erase it. Alright. And then now... Magma, window capture. Where's capture? Capture card. We'll have it like right here. We'll just do that for right now. I remember being like, oh, we could just do like this. Or something. But it was like, here... Oh gosh, why don't I remember? I do not remember what we did. What was our first... Hold on. What was our first one? I'm literally going to look at the VOD. I'm literally going to look at the VOD. Let's see here. Our first one in our Doodle archive, 16 November 2025. That was it. So I'm literally going to open up 16 November. I don't know if I still have that on my computer. Let's see. Let's see here. View. Sort by date modified. Earlier this month. This was... When was this made? This was... Okay. Where are you? Where are you? Are you? I know what I could do. I could just not be a stickler. Alright. That's how you should live your life, by the way. You should always have more knowledge than the day before. Let's see here. Not that one, not that one. Where are you? There is a cord back here somewhere. That is meant. Here it is. I am going into my storage. And I am going to look at the VOD on the 16th of November to see how the hell did I put this together? When I do something the first time, it's always such a smart thing. And then I proceed to immediately forget and then do worse every time after that. Raw VODs, raw footage, needs to be done, November. Let's see, is this 16? Did I get it immediately? I did do it immediately. All right. Oh, I'm so dumb. That's what it was. All right, I figured out the problem. I figured out the issue. Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down! We're gonna do... So what we're gonna do is we're gonna file... We're gonna keep this the way it is because I like Foxy's situation right now. Drawing settings. 1920 by 1920. There we go. And then what we do, like this, and then the capture card is just above here. Can I like have an in between these two? This is slightly too big. It's fine. Yeah. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Let's go. And then once Melon gets on, Melon can teach me how to do the capture screens on the other game. But we'll keep the game on for the vibe. Oh, crap. Y'all aren't getting any of the music. Oh, no, you are. Are you? Are y'all getting music from the game? I'm seeing it coming through. And if that's the case, were you getting double before? Hold on, let's see. There's a good way to test this. Yeah, it is. Okay. So it was doubling before. So screen blur game was already doubling down on it? Oh, man. Good thing we realize that now. Because whoopsies. I can't draw. No, you're doing fine, Foxy. What are you talking about? You're doing great. Not sure how I feel about him smoking. But you know what? I don't know enough. For all I know, that's canon. I don't play Silk Song. And I'm not here... I mean, as long as it doesn't break TOS. That's really the biggest thing. It's the rules of the land are appropriate for 13 plus and doesn't break TOS. That's the only limitations that I'm really putting out there. You lose. If everyone went crazy, you lose. I can't drop my bug, Yuri. Yeah, unfortunately, that's for certain other sites. Alrighty. So now that we have everything set up, because apparently the reason I couldn't manage to work is I didn't have the right resolution. Shocker to absolutely nobody. What was the emote that we were considering doing next? Was it, I want to say it was celebration? Yeah, it was one more free one. It was it was happy birthday. So we want to celebrate. We want celebrate one, right? Trigger from the game, and then this wants to be a... Let's do... Same dealio. It's PNG tuber. We just want square. Nothing crazy. This one, where we're gonna have a nice medium gray. There we go. Not a bad idea. That could work, but would definitely not. I mean, you never know. You never know. Do we want this the other way around? Do we want me drawing be the bigger thing and then y'all's drawing be the smaller thing? I don't know. We should probably switch to art. Art to... Boom. There we go. Now, what we want is a celebration. So it's just kind of like let's look up some references. Yes. Celebration Twitch emote. Does anyone have their favorites? Like a good celebration stuff. I see party hat, I see confetti. Let's see here. What would be good? What would be good? What would be a good innovative, not innovative, not everything has to be innovative, even though I kind of do believe it should be. I guess it could be just confetti, just like a bunch of confetti everywhere. Wait, how much charge do I have on this? Oh, 100. Good. Like a bunch of confetti, you know, kind of like that. And then Mama Dodo just kind of like, yeah, let's go, like one of those. Honestly, it's kind of cute, even in the ref version. Pretty good, not gonna lie. Let me see something. I go back to the store. No, it was library. What was it that I was looking at where I was like, it was very, yep, no, it's there. Okay. So it does capture the screen. It captures the screen. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. The me glowing is me scrolling down all my references, by the way. Let's see you in a bit. They're not available anymore. Animated emote with Yoda. Oh, that's funny. But this isn't an animated emote, so I don't know how I feel. It's like the poppers. I guess what we could do is do something like kind of like that. I was also thinking like a hat. You know, the classic welcome back. So I'm kind of thinking of like a hat. So I also think about switching this up a little bit. So I think what I'm gonna do. Oh, that's why it was off so much. Well, this makes this easier anyway. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have the capture card. Can I like make it bigger here? I guess I could, but I don't think I want to. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna have this here. We're gonna have. I think this is why, because I couldn't make this. I couldn't make this square, right? But what I could do is just do something like this. Kind of like that. And then the capture card, I'll make it so that magma is the other way around. And then that one, I accidentally moved the wrong one, and I just moved the wrong. I keep moving the wrong one. I keep moving the wrong one. Magma. There we go. My God. Is it an egg inside? It's a core. So the lore behind it is that Idealist needed to make a core for himself, and he needed a summon to protect said core. So he chose Mama Dodo, Idealist being a paleomancer and all. And Mama Dodo was chosen because she, as her last act of being alive, died protecting her young. So now he thought that there would be no one more loyal and devoted than a creature who died protecting their young, protecting his, essentially what would kill him if it ever got destroyed, right? It's a vulnerability / strength kind of deal. And because of that, the core is what allows us to be connected as far as, talking with each other. And that also means that everyone in chat is Mama Dodo's children. I remember having that profile picture. I don't know. What profile picture? Do I want to know? But seriously though, why is this being do? What we could do is something like the one in Magma. I unfortunately cannot see it. There we go. Okay. That's not terrible. Let's do something like this. Oh. There we go. Just a little more. There we are. So, this is what I need to do. This is what I need to do. I think this is a prime example of making sure that we have scenes made ahead of time. So then all we need to do is switch to art scene, and everything's in the exact place you want it to, and everything is on the appropriate source. So I'm literally making a note for myself that is about, it's called literally Duncan Method Scenes. Specifically Art's Chill Scene. For those that have no idea what I'm talking about, Duncan Method is a method, obviously. Good job, Idealist, describing that. Described on a short that I made in a video that we were playing Satisfactory. And it involved specifically with Satisfactory, but it branches out for other parts of life. And that particular one is that there is an Idealist method and a Duncan method. Duncan being a friend of mine who we were playing Satisfactory together, who had very different styles of playing the game. Satisfactory is a factory must grow kind of game where it's like, hey, like you get resources that take a certain amount per minute, and then you make it efficient by you turn those resources into items and use those items to get more resources, and then it feeds on itself. Very fun game, something I highly recommend. You will lose a significant portion of your life playing it. And my style of playing it is like, okay, it's like 200 per minute. I need to make sure that all the math equals, so it uses every single ounce of possible resource that I could have available from it. So I'm gonna need like 20 buildings on like 5 floors, and I'm gonna need to make like these items to make these items. Like I'm making it like a super complex, like, but it uses, I'm gonna make more items than I possibly know what to deal with, right? But the Duncan method, while I'm trying to figure all that, it looks like it's an ice cream upside down a bit, I think. And the Duncan method is literally what he did, like while he's like building stuff, is he would just plop the thing that gathered the resources, the thing that makes the item, and then whatever else, and then just like a storage thing, and then he just let it go. It didn't matter if it wasn't inefficient, that it kept stopping and starting because it kept overfilling. It didn't matter, because while he was using his time effectively, he had a mindset where even though it wasn't as good as it could have been, it's still better than 0. Because you need to move forward with the idea that time is a valuable resource, that you want to be doing stuff while you're doing on other things, while you're working on other things, right? So I made a short about that, being like, hey, there's short-term solutions and long-term solutions. I'm much more long-term solution oriented, but I suffer from short-term solutions. I want things to be, I wouldn't say perfect, I want them to be good enough, which, by the way, is perfectionism. I wish someone told me that so much sooner, that good enough is just perfectionism in a trench coat, because that doesn't mean anything either. So it's just kind of one of those things where, like, I find myself not utilizing time as a resource effectively, where I have something there, even if it's not good enough. It's something there, and then while that's there, work on something better. And almost exactly. And what's something unwise is not available. What's something unwise? Is it strictly doing one or the other? Or is it you having everyone go insane in your facility? So in this case, the reason that I'm bringing up that between those two methods for this is because in-game universe time is a literal resource. It is. Actually. Is the fact that like the stream, no, like food or something, like actual money, but it's time. 5D chess, right? Sorry, I keep getting distracted. Don't worry about it. That's on me. Yes. How that applies to right now. How that applies to right now is that everything that is added to stream, I want it to be lore relevant. So that means that like the the emotes that we have are lore relevant. You just didn't, like, I didn't want you just to get emotes. I wanted there to be like you were like, Idealist was given emotes by this corrupted god and stuff like that, and then I had a lore video and like this all this other thing planned, and like even like the scene backgrounds was one of the first things that I wanted to throw out there. I did play Slime Ranchers on screen, and I have all those VODs on my VOD channel as well if you want to go back and watch them. I think we have like 9 VODs of it, because we played Slime Rancher 1, Slime Rancher 2, and then all the new recent DLC stuff with it. I'm not saying go watch it now, but what I will say is go back and enjoy at whenever you feel like. and if you haven't played the Slime Rancher 2 DLC, highly recommend. So good. So good. They did an amazing job. I even made an Excel sheet and did like a beauty pageant at one point. You know, a game is something that I fall in love with when I make an Excel sheet for it. I'm an Excel sheet nerd, FYI. What was I saying? Oh, right. So because I wanted everything to be lore relevant, I was like, okay, I'll work on this and then we'll move forward. So that's why we don't have animations. That's why we don't have specific sound alert stuff, is because I wanted to make them myself, but I couldn't just make them myself. I have to make them myself while also making a whole narrative behind it. And man, is that just so much effing work that I'm sitting here, we've been sitting here for almost 2 years with very minimal, if like lacking a lot of the basic necessity that a streamer probably should have. And I only relatively recently, just in case you haven't realized, that we have emotes now, is because I kind of put it out there being like, do we just want to have some emotes besides just the one that I made, even though we're not at that point in the lore? And pretty much, I wouldn't say unanimously, but like it was very much voted for, like, hey, actually, yes, we want more emotes. So I forgot about the Duncan method. I forgot that it's okay to want to make it better with the lore, but there should be something there. There should be something there. Can't play Slime Rancher 2. My PC makes it a diorama. No, I'm so sorry. But yeah, no, all the VODs are on the VOD channel, so feel free to enjoy that then, if you so desire. It was a good time. It was great. And then if they come up with a new update, we'll hop back in. Granted, I don't know how many. They would probably add a new area because they kind of wrapped up the story nicely. Not completely, of course. You have to leave at least some room for Slime Rancher 3. So part of that Duncan method with scenes specifically is that I kind of don't have scenes. I mean, I do have scenes. I have lots of scenes, but they're not like polished. They're just a screen capture in a different scene that puts into a different scene. Whereas every single time, like whenever we draw, I have to move things around. There isn't a scene set up for this. And I think we need to fix that. Oh, sorry. I know why. There you go. There you go. I was looking at my references. I was looking at references. And so when I tab out, it stops for whatever reason. I just play the one again and again and again. So you like Slime Rancher, huh? What's your favorite combo? I'm silking my song till it's hollow. AKA when you're at the same boss for 4 hours. That was my experience with Elden Ring. But then again, what's the word? I killed God with a knife. In that game, I made it very difficult for myself. I had like 25 vitality at the end of it. I was literally just like, if I don't get killed by one hit, then I have enough health. Like, that was my mentality. Just some crazy stuff. I tend to have like weird builds just because it's like, I want to play this way, and it's like, that's weird and unusual and honestly inefficient, but I'm like, nah, I want to go my way anyway. I remember once I made a dream once about a new Slime Rancher game, and when I woke up, I wanted to send an email to the company to share my idea for my dream until I realized it was dog shit. Oh gosh, the stream glasses are real. It's so funny. You adore him. Oh gosh. The boy. Here's the boy. Hello, boy. Alright, and I think this is what we're going to do. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. So we're going to have a little bit of an early ad break. Y'all vibe, draw, chill, do what you need to do. Be sure to say hi to Melon if she hops in to chat in the meantime. I don't know. She should be joining relatively soon, but no rush to her, but she's doing stuff. So if she hops in while I'm gone, say hi. And I will be back shortly. I'll see y'all in a little bit. Hello, welcome in. I'm back. I thought I muted myself. I'm sorry. Hopefully I wasn't too late. Largo, Tabby, and Planet One. It's a costume. I don't remember the English name. Oh, Largo, Tabby. So Tabby Planet was yours. Hold on. Let me check. Let me check my chart. Do you want to see my chart? I'm going to show you my chart anyway. 1 second. 1 second. I'm going to show you my chart. Where is Where is it? I guess I could just look for it. Slime rankings. There it is. And oh, hold on. Yep, it is this one. And temporary difference from what you're used to seeing. Boop. This is our slime rankings. Ooh. Woo. Tabby with which one was the planet one? Was it Dervish? Was it Dervish? Let's see. Hold on. Dervish slime. It was Dervish. It was Dervish. Okay. Yeah, I gave it a 3. I thought it was good. I thought Tabby with... So as far as Tabby combinations, my favorite was Boom, Saber, Angler, and Sloomber. Yeah. I don't remember which one was it. Okay, so of these, I also ranked them like which one's is my favorite. Sloomber has the most points. The ones that like have the clouds and are like sleepy. Oh wait! You haven't played the second one. You haven't seen Sloomber yet. Or have you seen Sloomber? When it's green and shiny? When it's green and shiny. Can you send... Green and... You've seen it? Time to make more. This is not available. I guess if that's the case, it's green and shiny. Green inciting, shattered. Hold on. Let's do green, shiny, slime rancher. It's not the rad slime, is it? Is it the rad slime? Saturn, Dervish? Because you keep on talking about Saturn. Like you have a slime, but each slime has a costume. Oh, wait. Slimes have costumes? Where do you get the costumes? Slime rancher costume. Versions? Deluxe edition. Deluxe edition. Secret style pack. Oh. Okay. Glittery glamour. So that's glittery. Phosphor. Oh no. Uh-oh. Guys. Oh no. What did I miss? What did I miss? I'm just looking through these. What did I miss? These are so good, guys. We might have to go back. We compared all of them together. We made an entire Excel sheet. We made an entire Excel sheet of what these look like. Yeah. I really didn't. Oh my gosh. Oh, they did the same thing we did. Oh, I don't want to look at this. Because we're going to make it ourselves. The pure secret style. Oh, shit. Ah, fuck. So here's let me ask you this then. Cuz I'm genuinely curious now. The secret style, does that mean all of them are that style? Or is it like a rare spawn of that style? That's crazy. That's nuts. Uh-oh. Hold on. We're gonna go ahead and switch back to this. Let me how much is it? How much is the extra style? Let's look. Just out of curiosity. Slime Wrencher Secret Style Pack. You can choose for each, like capsules you find that you can activate or not. Interesting. Sabertooth is really good. The Sabertooth slimes were... Saber lost to Sloomber by 1 point. So, like, it tied with Ringtail. And that's saying something, because I love Ringtail. Let's see. Oh, look at them all. Shit. We gotta. I think we have to go back. I think the only good news that came from it is that it's a Slime Rancher 1, not Slime Rancher 2. Because Slime Rancher 2 wouldn't have that pack yet. But we might need a hold. We might need to hold until they make a secret pack for it. You know what I mean? Tabby Slime on top, though. You have to fight each capsules. I mean, that's fine. That one I would probably just look up. Or we could just explore, re-explore everything. Because as far as Slime Rancher 1, not 2, so Slime Rancher 1. Slime Rancher 1, it was... I didn't think Slime Rancher 1 had the Saturn. Right? Because I'm not seeing it. Because it did. Then why am I seeing it here, but I'm not seeing it here? Maybe we didn't. Maybe it was like I didn't run into it or something. Because I think Dervish and the plant one were special. I know they were special in one of the games. I just don't remember if it was for the second. If it was for the second game or first game. I bet you this was for 1 and then I just extended it out. I bet you that's what I did. I imagine that also include Dervis and Tangle in this. Either way. Base choice. Base choice. Hell yeah. All right. Celebration emote. Well, I guess the first thing I should mention is, before we go do work on the emote, see the as far as the Duncan method, I think I'm not sure if I finished that train of thought. The synopsis of that whole train of thought between the Duncan method and the Dealist method is, I need to make Duncan method scenes, or it's not just a screen. I want something that enables using the ECRBs in the corner. I want it like a section to make sure that we're not just blocking parts of the game. Like, a part of me, I keep on going back and forth between having like, so a good example would be like here versus like, oh, what? I thought I was grabbing it. I wasn't. Haha, teehee. Oopsies, was that me? Like here versus here. You know what I mean? Or like, in other words, like making room so that Mama Dodo doesn't take up any game space, right? Because I know a lot of VTubers do that thing where they have kind of like a border. And I looked as far as like feedback and people saying online where it's just like, I'd rather just have a larger screen of the game that I'm watching, right? And I see a decent amount of YouTubers who don't do that. But between the ECRBs and the chat and Mama Dodo, it does take up a considerable amount of space. If it was just Mama Dodo, fine. I like either one of those three has to go. I don't want the ECRB. I've also been considering whether or not I want to remove chat from the stream, like from seeing it from the stream. But y'all tell me how y'all feel about that. Do you like seeing your words pop up on stream? Is that something that you really don't want to change? Do you not care either way? Did you rank Quantum Slimes? I didn't see it. I don't think I saw Quantum Slimes. Oh wait, no. Is Quantum the ones that teleport? If so, I definitely did rank them. Quantum would have been not twin. Where is Quantum? Slime Rancher fan art. I'll send it to you on Discord if you like. Oh, you want to see mine? Yeah, send it to me via Discord. Kind of ideas what I should call the sugar cinnamon sugar water. My treat. Also, I would just call it cinnamon, like your cinnamon tea. Let's see here. I'll show you mine. I was gonna make a whole thing for it. But I, just like a lot of things in my life, proceeded to overthrow myself, and then I lost focus and I stopped. Okay. So here is here is slime. This is Largo Pink Mama Dodo, a Dodo slime. So what I did was that I made my own little slime entry for what a Dodo slime is, including I have it so that it eats a bone chicken. I even found the like, I took a picture of the thing and then found the right font for this and did this whole thing. So I made my own Slimology page and risks and Plortonomics. And the idea was that they were used for medicine. So the way that the transformations go is that anything combined with a dodo slime will show their plorts in these like little bones in here. So you'll see both plorts floating inside. And then they become tougher to damage. Let's see. What did I end up writing for the lore now that I think about it? Let's see. Let's this feels a bit cringe reading my own lore that I made up, but you know what? It's been long enough. I don't even remember. Named after an extinct dodo known for its deliciousness, the dodo slime acquired a taste for its own old kin, seeming to possess what looks like bones, which aren't grown but instead taken from its favorite meal, the bone hens. Slimologists believe that the bones protect its plort, which can be seen with the naked eye, unlike other slimes. They do get emo hair, which is funny. There is a small fringe group of slimologists that believe that there is no purpose for the bones, but they just think it looks cool. If they are well fed, the dodo slime is one of the most resilient slimes against tar infestations, as the bones act as a deterrent of being consumed. However, if the dodo slime is hungry, it will be missing their bones, and their plorts would be able to be consumed by other slimes, thus increasing the chance of tars. Dodo slime plorts are highly sought after due to their miraculous healing properties, from repairing organs, replacing bones, to even regrowing lost limbs. Being so potent, every hospital, ship, and explorer worth their salt would have a few of these stored away in case of an emergency. It is due to this widespread usage that these plorts are always in high demand. Know that for every plort sold is a life saved. And that's the dodo slime. I was going to make every combination with a dodo slime and what they would look like. I got to pink, and that was it. It was just this. But I had a lot of fun. With it. I love making lore for stuff in case it's not super obvious with Idealist and Idealist lore. I was going to replay of Mario Odyssey, but I got distracted by art. Yeah. I drew Slime OCs for Art Fight this year too. I was going back and forth with Art Fight. I really wanted to participate this year, but I just couldn't make it work. How was it? Did you have a good time? All right, let's do this, and then we'll go ahead and boop. And which team were you on? Were you on Fossil or Crystal? I want to say Fossil. You were on Fossil, weren't you? You know, just a guess. I'm gonna really try next year. I'm really gonna try. Like I didn't even know about it, especially like the first one that I wanted to join also happened to be Fossils. Like, come on. It was perfect. But I just it hit me right when it was like my mental health was really low, so I just didn't. But like, I also think Crystals is super cool, so I was fine with whoever won. But I love Fossils. Obviously, Fossils are my way to go. But especially if you mix them. If you mix Fossil with Crystals, dude, it's so good. And I lost next year? You could tell? Do you mean last year? I was gonna say. Wait a minute. How do you know? Psychic. Alright. I am... Honestly, I kind of just like this. But you know what? I probably should do a little bit of something. So, there's like a certain amount of... I'm trying to do better as far as like silhouette stuff. So what I want... don't say that, Ludo. Don't say that. Come on. I believe in you. I want to... Now, what I want is to be able to... Honestly, it might be this. I want to do some more shape language and silhouette situations. So I want to make sure... We'll do this. We'll do this. Oh, I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I saw people do it this way. Where they do polyline. And then they just kind of... Not polyline. Where you just kind of draw... Yeah, lasso tool. That's what it was. Yeah, art puts me in a good mood with brutalizing my profile and all. Yeah. You're fine, Leto. You're fine. It's one of those things where I just heard about it. It seemed like it was going to be a lot of fun. I made an account, and then I just couldn't devote myself to any kind of art. I just wasn't in a good headspace. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking where it's kind of like... kind of like that, and then I'll just... But I'll need like a faster way to do this, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, the hair is way too predominant. I don't know why the hair is bigger than the beak. I am better now. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. There was a period of time, I want to say shortly after I moved, where... like, I want to say May through August. May, June, July, August. Yeah, I want to say May through August. There's like a 3-4 month period. So June through August. Where I just wasn't in a good place. I was tackling a lot of stuff where, like, for the first time in a long time, I felt safe. So a lot of stuff that I've been dealing with under the surface came above the surface. And it, you know, just a reminder to be kind to yourself, you know? You're a human being with weaknesses, and I wonder if there's a faster way to... I bet you there's like a shortcut that you can do. Oh, can I just do that? Oh, I can just do that. Perfect. And then this one. Kind of like this. I tried to draw the Hollow Knight main character, but I drew an alien looking thing instead. I mean, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Let me know if y'all want to move on to the next page. Or feel free to move on to the next page as you so desire. Let me know if you want me to switch to the next page on the stream. Yeah, let me tell y'all something. A secret that I learned. It's not really a secret, but it is something that I learned the hard way. Your art is always going to look worse to you than to anyone else. It's just going to happen. It's just what's going to happen. You're going to see all the faults. No one else is going to see it, and it's weird. It's weird that they don't see it. But it's true. Alright, let's just go ahead and do this one. We're just going to make this smaller. And what I will say, there is an exception to that rule. The exception is you have a very good relationship with your art.
I do not. And I envy all those who do. I think you'll... Even now, the fact that I'm even able to do art this much took a lot of time and repair of it. If you hell the characters I can draw running out of ideas. They look really good. You did a good job. You really did. Y'all are very skilled. Seriously. Okay. Yeah, a little, give her a little more than that. Okay. Okay. It's right next to my Hornet drawing. I drew my OC that I made up half a minute ago. Oh! Is it the one with the thumbs up? Shout out to the person who crossed out T. You're a real one. My art skills barely improved since 2013. Yo, same. The way that I described my art was I am drawing like a fairly skilled 13-year-old. Which, to be fair, is an accurate statement because that's about when I stopped drawing. Is early teens. In fact, I would argue my early teens I was a better drawer than I am now. But I'm relearning and recovering my relationship with art. And myself, to a certain degree. Okay, that's pretty good. Sent you my fan arts? Okay, 1 second. Let's see it. Oh my god! That's so good! You're so talented. What the fuck? Damn. Oh my god. Yeah. So cute. Oh, big mushroom boy. Can I share? Is that all right? Or can I show it on stream? Okay. As long as you're sure. I don't like doing it when it's just without permission. Look at this. You did the slime so well. How did you get that? Oh, so the outlines are like a different, slightly darker shade. It's not just black. It's like a darker shade. Ah, okay. I don't have any art, like, official art degrees whatsoever, so I like to find, like, why these look so good. And I'm seeing, like, the little variable of the color here? How did you do that? I guess it's just with, like, a paintbrush? And you go, like, a slightly different color as you tone down? Etc. That's so good. And also hair is something that I definitely need to work on, in case it's not super obvious with Mama Dodo's hairstyle. And then we have this one. This one's so cute. All these are really good, but I think of the bunch, this one's my favorite. And I love this one with like the gold pot kind of vibe. The, what do you call it? Where you fill the gold with the cracks with gold. I literally looked it up like a week ago for a character design. And I love the, oh gosh. Damn. And this one fills me with, this is so good. It's so cute. I think it's the small details for me. It's like it's the little bit of lighting in the middle of the eyes and a little bit of red around the mouth. Just a little bit of shine. Not too much. So good. So talented. Had a blast this art fight? Yeah, I bet. If that's what you were rocking. Okay, so now I'm thinking kind of like that. Oh, I can't. This is gonna take forever if we do it that way. So we're just gonna do what? Pencil. I did pencil. I was gonna say, that is not. Okay. These kinda don't read. We want... You're not going to see it update a little bit. A little mixture of... But we want it more of a spread. Kind of like... Kind of like that. And then... Well, we want something like... Kind of like that. There's a HK enemy that reminds me a lot of Mama Doda for some reason. Shoot it in the Discord. Let me check it out. If it has a good vibe. Ooh, let's have this. I have to go. Would be back soon if you're still streaming. If not, okay. Well, hopefully I will see you again. If not, I hope you also have a wonderful day. And hopefully I'll see you Tuesday for game dev stuff. If not, I hope you have a wonderful week. So this is kind of what I'm thinking. I think I want the celebrate emote to look like it blends in with each other, right? So this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like this. Kind of like that. A little bit of fill that in a little bit. And then there we go. And then oh, I know what I need to do first. Hold on. Okay. Let's go ahead and view the grid. And then we're going to lock the grid. That way we know that it's lined up. Perfect. Alright, it looks like it's just under the third. Yeah. Yep, just under the third there. Just under the third there. Perfect. That's what we want. We want to have some of them that go into each other really well. So same with this. Man, I'm making this a lot more difficult to myself by making sure it reads and then doing the whole thing in black and white and not color. Oh. And then this one will be a kind of like this. What do you call a group of multiple kangaroos? A gangaroo. That's stupid. I love it. Alright, let's see here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ish. Following the line. That one's a little under. I think it's one more down. Because there's a grid line there. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah. Alright. Perfect. I think 2 will be enough. I think the idea of the overshadow, though, and the making sure it reads, is to then paint on top of it with like whites and stuff like that to make sure the values and everything are good, and then you change the color of the values. And we're not at that point yet. So I feel like I did this for no reason. I could have just drew and I would have been a lot more forward, because now I'm gonna have to go back and try to match it. Oh no. Alright, well, we're gonna go ahead and put this back to do this at 50. And we're also gonna lock it. Alright. Now, grid. A part of me wants to try the different outlines. Also, by the way, I posted the enemy in Discord, and I can't explain it, but it gives me all the Dota vibes. Yeah. Let me check it out. Where is this enemy? Why does that give you Mama Dota vibes? Is it because it has a big, like, body? Like the thorax is big? It is left to right, and it does have a similar kind of, like, the head narrows into a long beak. I think it's the beak. Or the claw in this case. Not claw, like mouth piece. Probably because it's the second most annoying enemy. What are you trying to say? Huh? What are you trying to say? You trying to say something? What are you trying to say about Mama Dota? Say Mama Dota's coming after my girl like that? You wanna fight? Just gets super aggro. Banned! Oh, let's switch to Vector Eraser. That's why I recommend doing vectors. Because the Vector Eraser is pretty good, gotta say. We'll do... Hey, let's make it a little bigger. Different angle. Yeah, that's better. To say that when you will play HK, you should make a Mama Dodo skin similar to that. I'll think about it. Okay, what happened? Vector. Something happened here. Something happened here. The hair is not where it should be. Oh, I know. Kinda. Also, it's kind of confirmed that the knight is about the same size as Danny DeVito. That's pretty funny. I like how it's like confirmed too. Alright, and then gotta have the Mama Dodo fluff. Hopefully this will match up the way I anticipate it will. If not, back to the drawing board with me. Flea Mama Dodo? What does the flea one do? I think this is a cute moment here. There's like some on her beak. No, it can't go outside of it. 6 on fleas, you'll see. Actually, don't. You want it to be pure. Look at the fluffy thing next to the two big hornet. That's a flea. Oh, yeah, that would be cute. You know, as far as the outline goes, it's not a terrible way of going about it. So let us now do a little bit of cleaning up. Not cleaning up, but there we go. So what kind of party shenanigans? It looks like it's just red, yellows, and blues. It seems to be the go. Yeah, yellow, blues, reds. Okay. See me. By the way, it's canon that Hornet loves fluffy things. What if we make the costume Hornet hugging Mama Dodo? And whenever I talk, Hornet squeezes Mama Dodo a little too hard. Because it activates her cute aggression. Could be good. Just saying. So it's just like, she just kind of like looks down with a slight little blush. And then as soon as I talk, she just squeezes. I was gonna say, if you have enough points, you can do it as a costume redeem. And then it's essentially written in stone. Plus it's something to spend your points on. That isn't changing Mama Dodo's costume. Wait, why did I lose? There it is. I was gonna say. So we want reds. We want reds, yellows, blues for the streamers and everything. There we go. Let's look. Do you want to see the costumes that I still need to do, by the way, Foxy? Okay, let's see here. Stream notes. It is Hornet outfit, where Hornet is holding Mama Dodo and talking is squeezing too tight. Yeah. We have in order of what needs to be done. We can rearrange things. I rearrange things depending on what we're doing though. So for instance, if we were playing Silk Song or Hollow Knight or whatever, that would then move up the need to have it because we needed it, right? So the first one is Dapper Mama Dodo with the Greatest Showman outfit with the hat that says Humbug. That's Alice redeem, actually. I wonder how Alice has been doing. I haven't seen them around in a hot minute. Melon. Melon Mama Dodo. One like an outfit like a melon. Or like Melon. Minecraft Creeper. Anniversary Mama Dodo. This was redeemed last year. Oh, God. Fridge Mama Dodo. Looks like normal, but opens like a fridge. Open pie Mama Dodo when I talk. Evil Mama Dodo with inverted colors and devil horns. Cyborg Mama Dodo. Dodo Dragon Hybrid with diamond eyes and tiara with a big gem in the center. I forget who got that one. It might have been Dragon. Walter Wright with hat. Costume. Astronomer Mama Dodo. Look outside style. And Hornet outfit where Hornet is holding Mama Dodo and talking is squeezing too tight. I will give you my Silksong copy just to get you to play it. We haven't even beaten Rain World yet. Tell you what, I will give Hollow Knight. Well, let me ask you this: do we need to play Hollow Knight first? Because here's the thing. We play about 4 hours of games a week. On average. So if the game takes like 40 hours to beat, that's 2.5 months of just that game. That's 2.5 months of just that. So that's why there's hesitancy, where I'm much more in, like, a part of me wants to be like, I first played Silksong, but you need to play Hollow Knight before Silksong. Yeah. Okay. Is Hornet in Hollow Knight, or is she just in Silksong? Or is Hornet the main character? And then what I just spouted was absolute nonsense. Because I'm thinking Hornet is the middle one. That is the main character. I am dumb. It took me 60 hours to 112% Silksong. Damn. See, that's my point. That's 3 months. That's 3+ months. I didn't even know you could do a voice call in here. You're fine. You're absolutely fine. When Hornet is in Hollow Knight? Okay, good. So it would still work. We would be able to use both. Granted, if we moved from one game to another, I would want to have a different costume. I'd like to have different costumes even if we do sequels. But at the very least, I am really liking that redeem for the Hornet. All right, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by and drawing. It was wonderful having you. Your art is as wonderful as always, Scallion. Enjoy your time. Have fun. Now, Hollow Knight, the main character, is the Knight. Okay, so the Knight, not Hornet. Also called Ghost sometimes, and Hornet appears in and you meet her multiple times. It is very important to get some endings. Gotcha. I'm gonna say she. Lurk. Not Lurk. This should be kind of like this. And then now oh, definitely not that. Let's open up our... Wait, do we not have this saved? Do we not have this palette saved? What the actual hell? Alright, let me see this. The fact that I have to reopen this every time is honestly a failure on my part. Let's do this one. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna do you. And then we're gonna add color to set. Or not. Jesus, no. Okay. I want to add this to the set. Can I not? Why not? After you beat Hollow Knight, I will explain the lore. Hell yeah. Love me some good lore. Tell you what. Here we go. Edit color sets. Create a new set. This new set is called My Set. Done. Hit OK. What am I doing? Oh, I get it. Create new set, add standard set, no. I want to edit this set. Create new set, add standard set, duplicate set. No, I want to add a new one. Why? Also, the gay men in Silk Song. The gays are in Silk Song? What? So it was a DLC for Hollow Knight, but it ended up just too big for the DLC. Honestly, it's based. It's based as hell. Okay. Replace color. Perfect. And now we take a look at that one. Replace color. Replace color. Perfect. And then we need this one, which was kind of the like the line where it's like the black line, but the purple miasma is turning it. Replace color. Perfect. And now do not save. We need the fans think that I'll be back next stream, and I swear on every pirated game I have. I mean, hopefully that number's 0. Wink, wink. The fans think that the knight's name is Ghost because Hornet says Little Ghost, but it's not the name. I was gonna say it sounds more like a nickname or a title or just a descriptor. But it could be, because especially the word Little Ghost. I don't know if there's like species, but it could be a species kind of deal. Like Little Pup, or is kind of dog is like the dog's name is Fluffy, but you could say Little Puppy. You know, I love watching older Hollow Knight videos and them referring to Silksong as the Hornet DLC 5 to 6 years ago, right? Let's see, where are the there's some eyes open. Let's do don't look. No, we'll just do base. Where's base? There you are. OG Mama Dodo, there you are. Replace color. Replace color. There we go. So we have Mama Dodo's palette. It's a couple of different purples and a couple of oranges. That was pretty much it. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna do boop. Perfect. We're gonna take you. Thank you. Can you send the link to the magma again, please? Sure, I got you. There you are. Enjoy. No problem. No problemo. There are species in the game. There are different bug types. There's mantises, beetles, and such. And also, the knight technically gets a name, but I won't spoil it because it's better for you to make you fight for it. That's fine. Listen, I prefer no spoilers when it comes to games. Oh boy. Oh. Maybe after we're done with emotes, we can start working on the scenery or the different scenes. Because even though we're going Duncan method, the scene should be in-game lore. It should just be when the lore video comes out, they've been like updated and upgraded and stuff like that. Goes the name, I think, is referring to shade. Interesting. Let's do. There we go. How did? Because if we do this. No, I still like it. Oh, we forgot to grab the whole color. There we go. There we go. Wait, is this color and this color the same? It's not. Okay, good. Just making sure. Oh, I also probably should save this as... I'm going to say cheer. Or we'll do celebrate. That's not how you spell celebrate. Emote. I'm not going to spoil anything important to the game. Everything I'm saying is surface level or incomplete. You're fine. I don't feel like you crossed any kind of line. Yet. Okie dokie. And then we have a little... Oops. There we go. Anything else on here that I need to be aware of? No. The scar on Mama Dodo's mouth, by the way, I'm essentially retconning. How much do you know about the game? Pretty much what you've told me and what some other people have told me, but so not a whole lot. Gotta say. Heal. Mama Dodo looks sickly. Is that really? Is that really what? You know what? We're making it a slightly different color. We're giving her a little more. We're giving her a little more. More color, because damn, did that look gray. I got my mom into FNAF and I don't know how. That's actually pretty cool. Does she like horror? Oh, let's go ahead and try this little number. Because it is like a little bit of like a murder mystery kind of deal, right? People like that. And that's another question. Does she like murder mystery stuff? Because if so, yeah. True, but like FNAF, like FNAF is one of those things. Games aren't what they used to, right? A lot of them have very intricate and wonderful and amazing narratives and lore and that kind of like it there's a lot more to it nowadays that a lot of people are just like, oh, they don't like games. And it's like that's such a grandiose statement as far as like what they could be. So it's It's one of those things. They need to be thicker. I don't know, what did you catch? Is it the dogfish? Because if so, it's probably the dogfish. And then what we need is kind of like this little guy. Oh, we definitely needed that. We need the egg. Place. Replace. We probably should have... Well, I've kind of... It's a ditto fish? You mean dodo fish? Also, by the way, if you see any mistakes, it's because my eyes are barely working properly. Go to bed. Go to sleep. I love having you here, but not at the cost of your own health. Or you could just, you know, put me like aside and then just take a nap and just listen in. I do not take y'all sleeping with me streaming on as a negative in any way. Originally, Mama Dodo has a beak underneath that was a slightly different color. I'm liking the no other jaw as of right now, because it kind of gives the appearance more of like a thing. So you're gonna. I'm definitely starting to see the direction that I want to take Mama Dodo. I'm still trying to decide which fossils are most prominent that needs to stay, but otherwise we're simply simplifying this whole thing, which is very cool and interesting, but it's too much into like the uncanny valley of between what I want, which is creepy. It's cute, spooky, essentially. But if I want to go cute, I want to go full cute, so I need to chibiify it and remove a lot of the details from it. Usually, it's not always the case, but the rule of thumb when it comes to making things more creepy is adding more detail. The more and more detail you add to something, the like weirdly more uncanny you go into. So... just grab these. There we go. Now that I think about it, Hornet feels like an edgy OC. It might be. Like, it straight up might be. The hell? I don't know what happened there. Oh, I bet you I hit the line, didn't I? Yeah, I did. There we go. And then we have the green. And then we need...
Oh! Oh, I don't know what I did. Alright, let me check it out in a second. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't really tell by that point, but it's fine. It's for me. It's for me. Mamma mia. Fish. Yeah, dogfish. Yep. To be honest, it looks like a seal. I think that might be the joke. I don't know where it came from, but apparently it's like a popular meme. I'm gonna say popular in quotations because I had no idea what it was. Alright, default color. Let's do a little bit more pastel. And let's go ahead and do, oh boy, wrong one. There we go. So this one goes there. And we'll add a couple here. There we go. I think yellow is the next one. Same deal. Let's make it more pale. Come on. Come on. There we go. There we are. And then like maybe one more. And then blue. Hello, how are you?
Sorry I said like 1 hour and then like 3 hours later I'm here.
No problem. I've just been drawing and yapping and all that other kind of stuff, so we're vibing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Set everything up and we'll start streaming too.
Okay. By all means. Fantano, music review guy? Yeah, he did a song with Uni Miles. I did not know that, but I also don't know Fantano. I don't know a lot of people. Even people I probably should know.
Names are hard.
Names are hard, people are hard. Unless I personally have met them in like connected with them. Like they just disappear from the mind space. They don't exist anymore. We'll do... Should we do this? Let's do... Yeah. Hey, Ilarian, how you doing? Also, you know Miles did a diss track on Fantano, featuring Fantano on the song. Cool. Me giving just a big thumbs up. You what? Terrible. I've had a fever for like 4 days. No! That explains why you said you weren't feeling well. Hopefully you've been resting. Right? And eating well? And drinking well? Right? I don't have to worry about you? Yes? Say psych right now. Yeah, what? It better be a positive answer. Well, I ate you. You don't say. Well, I'm proud of you yesterday. How about we also make it today, yeah?
You need to take care of yourself, Valerian. You need to.
You can't smooch idealist if you're not feeling 100%.
It's so true. My smooches are a reward for good behavior. Not for people who starve themselves. I also nuked my exam, so I'm depressed. No! Was this the one? Wait, hold on. Was this the same one that you were like super proud of that you thought you like aced? Or is this a different one? I'm starting to feel sick while doing the exam. Wrong. Wrong. First of all, you're sick. Get better. Second of all, you're not taking care of yourself. I'm mad at you. It's the same one. I'm sorry, Alarian. I know you were so just like, I aced it, and then you didn't. That's really bad. Is it a different one? Okay. Alright. I forgive you because you're sick. But only because you're sick. But seriously though, go eat. Get some food. Get some liquids. Even if it is one of the same, aka soup. Like, I don't usually like teas, but man, if I'm feeling sick, a tea, like, hits the back of the brain in a perfect way. It is, like, exactly what you need. Brother, I couldn't move for 2 days because I was dying. Is there anyone that could bring water to you? Can you ring? Do you not ring the maid bell? Just being like, now you realize I'm just so removed from reality. I hate my roommates, so no. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Is there any way that you can just like stockpile water then? or Gatorade? I mean, Gatorade's not super great, but at least it's electrolytes. You can't just have water. Like, the one thing that I recommend is like literally just get canned like soup delivered. And then you just over the stove boil some soup. Even if it's just tomato soup or something. Like, don't worry about it being like bad for you at this point. You just need food. It doesn't matter if you're hungry or not. If you're sick, you're not gonna feel hungry. At least not for me. Hunger for me is not it's the first thing that goes when I'm feeling ill. So like, I have to force myself to eat when I'm sick. It sucks. It's not fun, but you gotta do it. Well, that's good at least. Larian! Except goodwill, and that comes from me, who doesn't do that well. Please let people help you. Even if you feel bad. Oh, pasta's okay, but you need soup, dude. Pasta's gonna give you energy. You need nutrients. You need electrolytes. That your immune system is pulling a lot more than it would normally. Plus, depending on the kind of sick that you are, like mucus. You have electrolytes powder? That's not enough. I'm talking about vitamins and minerals, not just like the ones that you get rid of that when you work out. I do have mucus. Well, that's good at least. My point is, your body's trying to repair. You need more than normal. Well, let me ask you this: how much vitamin C are you taking? I'm pretty sure it's not in your electrolytes packet. It is in my multivitamins. Hey, Pink, how are you doing? Thank you. I am making a celebration emote for stream. What are y'all doing? What are you doing, Pink? And I'm also yelling at Alarian for not taking care of himself properly while being sick. But point is, you haven't eaten food. You've just been drinking powder, and the only food that you managed to eat yesterday was pasta. So I'm saying soup, or an equivalent amount of filling and or nutrients, and not just powder and vitamins. I never take care of myself. That's why I'm yelling at you. Because you need to. And or if you can't, you need to allow other people to help you. And I know it sucks, but what you do to offset that is when you get better, you treat them to food, and then you feel better about it. And then you have a cycle of taking care of each other when you need something. It's very good. It's a very nice cycle to go into. It's what I recommend for people who feel guilty of receiving goodwill like both of us do. I'm not going to get hate doxed. I'm going to get friend doxed to save myself from it at this point. Well, I'll lay off you. Just please try to do better, okay? What bone? Which bone? I drew a lot of bones. I hope you... No, not that one. Some animals do have it, though. Yeah, surprisingly. The bone bottom. The bone bottom. I have 4. You have more than 4 bones, Star. I can tell you that right now. You have more than 4. Even babies, known for their fusing of bones, have more than 4. Or do you mean like you have bones in front of you because you ate some chicken? Web fishing. Oh! I keep forgetting you're playing web fishing. That's a lot of bones for web fishing, actually. Alright, we'll do a little bit of a party hat here. Oh, this one should have... Oh, actually... This should also be on our set here. This should be like this. Actually, no. The angle is more up. That's up. That's fine. That's fine. We're fine. That's fine. I'm fine. Anyway. But how is your week, Pink? Hopefully well. But yeah, right. It might be stick drawing too. That's true. Or maybe they're making a 3D model and it's very simple. I just really changed my name from Pixelated Pizza because I have free will. Ah, you're Pixel. Got you. Yeah, if y'all change your username, I'm not gonna remember. I'm not gonna remember. You're gonna have to be not what's the word I'm looking for? Don't abuse my lack of memory. Even though I deserve it because I did that to my dad growing up. I'm like, no, you didn't give us allowance. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but your dad was a dick.
Yeah, he was a dick. Or he is a dick. Not past and present tense. Yeah, he is. He's not great. But, you know, as a kid, we didn't know that. We just knew that he had a bad memory and wanted extra money.
Yep.
So I'm not gonna deny, like, it wasn't great. I did on Go try to set something up, but I couldn't get the virtual camera from OBS to get to it.
Oh, okay.
Because the way I had it is that I had like 4 TV, like old TVs set up, like in a 2x2, and I wanted one of them to have like the magma that everyone's drawing on, then what I'm doing, and then what you're doing. Like I wanted like almost like a different screens, but on one screen, and it was kind of. But it was just like, it's connected. And I'm like, it's not showing anything. I don't believe you. And though it will make you laugh and slightly mad at me, I made my room, and my room just has a bed and 4 TVs.
Why didn't you spend more time making your room?
Because I was like, I think it's really funny to just not have anything in my room but like a bed and like TVs, because I'm just reminded like most of the rooms that I've had are just hyper simplistic, minimalist, don't want any, I'm not gonna do anything with it. So I could have but laughed being like, man, I'm a stereotype. This is a guy's room 100%.
r/male living spaces.
Right, exactly. Except the kind where it's just like, guys, is this good? It is just a bed in a corner, and not even a desk, but like a computer on the ground. And I want you to know that was essentially me when I was moving, but I still had like a week before I was like gone. But I got rid of my bed. I donated my bed like a couple days before. So I was in a sleeping bag in a corner with a computer in front of it. And that was my entire living situation for like 3 days. That's also the time when I gassed myself.
Oh my god.
I was in that corner. For those that don't know, I accidentally fumigated my apartment by cleaning the oven and then accidentally turning the oven on for a little bit to cook some chicken. I turned it off like within the first couple minutes, thinking like, okay, it's fine. Like it didn't even like preheat. And I then proceeded to be convinced that there was something in my room. And because I was in like the living room in like the corner, I was convinced that there was something around the corner. It defined essentially as the thing around the corner, that if I went to my room, it would do something worse than killing me. And I was like locked on to that room, being like, I'm just feeling weird because I'm like in an apartment with no like furniture. I'm just in my head about it, like whatever. And I try to go to sleep, and then I accidentally must have leaned on my phone for too long, because then I get a phone call. Like I'm at a 7 out of 10 of having a panic attack of the monster that I believe is going to kill me. And my friend called me, who then asked me, why did you send me your GPS coordinates? And that dial went to 13 out of 10. I started freaking out. I was like, what do you mean? I didn't send you a GPS. I didn't send you anything. What, did the monster send you it? And I looked at my phone, and I had accidentally held the button for too long, so it sent an SOS message to my emergency contact, which was this person. And that included my GPS coordinates. And and it wasn't until then after that happened, I just stayed up all night. I just pulled up Binding of Isaac and stared at that door frame like I wasn't going to sleep. And then the sun came out, and I started to like calm down a little bit, and then there was like a little feeling in the back of my head where I was like, I wonder if there's fumes happening right now. So then I opened the window, and within 3 minutes, everything was fine. Everything went back to normal. So, moral of the story. 1, don't turn your oven on right after cleaning it. And 2, if you suspect that you may have fumes, open a window. There we go. Learn life lessons with Idealist. Oh gosh. Yeah, no, you do need to take care of yourself, Valerian. Talking as somebody who had issues and still have issues with that. I am talking from experience, not from a higher point here. It is, I am showing you the scars, my friend. But yeah, so that was a fun experience. And a fun little side effect of that story is that now whenever I'm creeped out, my brain reimagines the thing around the corner. That's a permanent thing that stayed. So that's super fun. So how are you, Melon? How are you doing?
Well, for a second, my model was not connecting to my phone, and now I'm looking into, capturing, streams onto specific screens. So it's actually super easy.
Okay, cool. Way to make me feel bad about not being able to do it, but you know, it's
yeah,
fine.
no
It's
problem.
great.
No problem.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, no problem. Okay, cool.
In OBS,
Yes.
it's the start virtual camera,
Okay, I did that.
and change the on the settings the gear next to
Uh-huh.
it. Make sure the source is
Uh-huh.
whatever specific thing you want on it.
Okay. I did that, and it's a black screen.
Nice.
Yep. Here, I'll... do you have my stream open at all?
Yeah.
Boop. Hold on. This is what I see. It's just... black screen. Do I need to, like, start it?
You do need to start it, but
Oh.
you know, I switched from Go to Clip Studio, and now mine is a black screen. So it seems like it's a problem with Clip Studio.
Well, I do... because I do OBS virtual camera, and then I hit start streaming, and then it's just black.
Yeah. So
Do I need to hit host, maybe? Like, does it not
no,
load it?
because I tried it with another source and it worked. I put it on the.
None of my short sources are working, because my Elgato should also be, like, the other TV is the Elgato, and I see both.
Go in the like OBS virtual camera, select that one, but in OBS itself, you can use other sources and those work fine.
Oh, none of mine work.
Not even like Go itself.
Let's see. What is the name of the source for Go currently? Let's see.
I just have
game capture. Okay, yeah, game capture. Game capture. Here you go. Boop. Yeah, nothing.
Well, oh yeah. Okay.
Well. Why do you think you were possessed as a little kid, Star? Tell us. Is there like a setting that I need to turn on that I will allow the transfer to go through? Is there like a block where it's just like, we won't do it unless you give us permission?
It shouldn't.
Graphics. Controls, language. Credits. It'd be funny if it was just these TVs. Where it's just like, yeah, those TVs don't work. Luckily, the camera's pointing a different direction. Let's give this one a shot. Oh, that one works. Okay, so it's strictly both Elgato and the OBS virtual camera are not working.
Okay, I did a display capture on my Cintiq and got Clip Studio to show up on my tablet in Go that way.
Which one did you say you used?
Display capture.
Display capture? Gotcha. All right. Well, let's see if that works. Game capture. We'll do display capture.
Just cropped out my like Windows bar at the bottom.
Wait, if it's just display, we'll just do this. Okay, and then now. Yeah, no. Still no. Yours is source, right? For output type? Or do you use program default? Hey, cute boy, welcome in.
Or source, yeah.
Okay.
I can have you come into my Go room, and if you share your, like in Discord, stream your Clip Studio, I can then put it on it
God.
and make it work through that.
Okay. I'm just trying to think. What would be a good way to do this? Because on one hand, yes, but I'm going to have to rearrange some stuff. Okay. So if I did something like that, and then I did display capture. Okay. Okay. So now what I'm going to do is I am going to stream my screen. How is it gonna work? I'll need to put it into a different screen, because if I just do the screen, it will just be the game. So I think I have to put it up on a different monitor and then have that no, I need to be able to look at chat.
Yeah, I have it where my Clip Studio is on
Got me.
technically a different monitor because it's on my Cintiq.
Yeah.
On my tablet. I'm using my tablet as a
As a yeah. No, I got you. I think I'll join your thing, and we'll just do art together. I think that's the only way we're gonna do it. Do you have the ID that you can send me? Looking out the window in the middle of the night, I just blinked and my eyes opened and the sun was rising. I think you just fell asleep. Yeah. Well, again, don't push yourself, Alarian, but I've been loving the PoE2 update. I've been having fun as a bear. Tell you what. You've been sick.
Okay, put the code in the collab gym.
Oh forgot how long it is.
My display? Why did you change?
Oh. Oh. Preparing GIF. What are you doing standing there? Sit down.
Sit down.
Seriously though, where is move? Not move. There you go. For those that want to see before I switch back off of it, this is the room. Look at it. It's so cute.
It's my room.
Meow. And you can actually see like the drawing and then the monitors and stuff out over here. Very good.
For some reason, though, the tablet that I'm drawing on in Go stopped showing my Clip Studio after all that.
Well. Alright, we'll do this. And then whoop. No, not this one. We want this one. And I was actually talking about how I need to make a art scene for OBS because I was moving things around and everything, and I was like, I should have this already put together. Especially since I really am liking the we all do art kind of thing, kind of vibe.
Yeah, no, it's really fun.
I like it a lot. Oh, do you also want the magma link, or are you good?
Maybe I'll do that since I can't stream my Clip Studio anymore.
Hold on, let me get it for you. There you are. Okay, my brain short-circuited for a second. It was literally like, okay, you got the link. Where do you want to send it? And my brain just gave up an error code. It was error 404 the whole way through.
Leave that just the way.
Mm-hmm. I am liking this. How does it read? It reads pretty good. Alright, before I go super crazy with it, before I add even more detail to this, which I should have done earlier before I added color, but here we are. We live with our own mistakes in life. We're gonna save as PNG. We're gonna quickly add it to our Twitch. Oh, do you want to combine chats?
Oh, yes, let's do that.
Yeah. I'll
Stream together. Invite.
There we go. Boo, boo, boo. Accept the invite. Oh, immediately shit. I hate you, computer. I hate you.
Oh,
I hate
no.
you so much.
What happened?
Well, it said, turn on shared chat. Turn on, and okay, there you. Okay, it's being dumb. All right.
Is it okay now?
No. I don't know what it wants from me. Join call. I want to join the call.
It shows that our chats are shared.
Not on mine.
Oh, because Ilarion just said something in your chat, and
Well,
showed up on mine.
it did it within a split second between. So the way it happened is I joined in, and it said click to join or to combine chats, and I'm like cool. And right when I was about to click it, it auto connected, so the button became leave the the chat.
Oh my god.
Then when I clicked it, so it was like haha, it like rage baited me.
Yeah, it still shows that you're in the chat for the stream together.
All right, let's do that.
Oh, you just left.
Okay, now I'm gonna rejoin. There he is. All right, I'm not gonna press it. I'm not even looking at it.
Your Fugi is the trailer trash guy.
Okay, I'll switch us to something a little more
Artsy.
artsy fartsy. Reactive. Here we are. Let's do you, because that's what I am currently. One of the things that I recently did add, by the way, is the screen affects the model, and like certain parts are highlighted. You know, where it's like,
God,
yeah.
I keep meaning to do that.
So I learned how to do that. It's gonna be a lot easier for you than me, guarantee you that. Because the way it works is that for the glow part, you know, the parts that like glow that aren't shadowed, it's you essentially choose which color it doesn't include. And I have a lot of costumes with a lot of different colors. So my list is no joke like 26 colors long for exceptions.
Oh my god.
Yours will be just a couple because you're consistent. Check DMs, both of us. Gosh, what did you send to? Aww. Oh wait, hold on. I finished reading it. So true, though. So true. Where's the lie? Where's the lie?
Beautiful.
Here, I thought it was a heartfelt message, and technically it was.
Yeah, what do you mean thought?
All right, let's see here. Now we're gonna go ahead and where are you? Did I not? I thought I sent it. I did send it. It just wasn't updated. No. All right, cool. And then what we're gonna do is that we're gonna add this as an emote, and then we're gonna look at it, and we're gonna judge it harshly. Just kidding. But we are gonna see to make sure that it actually like lines up the way we want it to line up. Emotes. Only one slot left. I knew that. At least for the free ones. Celebrate. Hopefully I spelled that correctly. Okay. Now we have a new celebrate emote. But we want to have them next to each other to see if they link up. That's what we need. So what I'm gonna do is, okay, what if I just reload this? You're losing your mind? Hey, my guy, let's go. Okay, now if that I've refreshed, does it happen? It does not. It will get there eventually. Okay. It will show up. I believe in us.
Stretching.
Is there a what?
The stretching pose.
A stretching pose.
Yeah, there we go.
On Clip Studio?
No, that's falling asleep. No, in Go. There we go. Okay.
Oh. I thought you were looking for reference or something. No. It doesn't look like it's held up at all, but maybe it just takes a hot minute. Well, it'll get there eventually, and then we'll test it. Yeah, it'll get there eventually. It'll be fine. So what we're waiting for right now is that we added this to the stream, and we want to make it so that they're, if you do it multiple times, they look like they're like linked together. Let's see if I lined it up correctly. And I guess what I'll do, which is a horrible decision by the way, is while I'm waiting, I'm just gonna continue working on it. That's what you should not do. But what am I gonna do? Just sit here? Who has the patience for that? No. I refuse. I am patient, but apparently not for this. Let's get down. Let's get down to business. And we get a little bit of shading. Just a little bit. Just enough to give it a little pop. Even though it's an emote, so it's going to be literally 16 pixels big, and no one's going to notice.
Yeah.
But I'm going to notice. And that's what really matters. God, I swear this PC... What is your PC doing to you, Alarian?
I think it's a lot of your college internet.
It randomly limits my internet speeds. I think that's your internet. And it's called throttling. It's not? Are you sure? How positive are you? There we go. A little bit of that. I unplug the Ethernet from my PC and plug it back in. It fixes itself.
When was the last time you dusted out your PC?
Have you considered just leaving it unplugged and then it forever fixes itself? That's of course is a joke, because you wouldn't have internet. Well, it's done it at home and well. Okay, then you are now leaning towards it's your computer.
7 years. You better be.
Me looking at my computer.
List. Take care of your PC. It's literally your job. Everything is in there.
Everything is in there. And I was playing around when the fan started making weird noises, like last month. Did a clean out. I need to learn how to fully clean it out. And not just with a pressurized air.
If you're at least doing pressurized air, like that goes out to everyone. Clean out your PCs with pressurized air.
PCs are sentient beings and they can smell fear. They also work better if you slap them a bit.
No abusive relationship with your PC. It needs tending tender love and care.
Listen, so mine does not get slapped, but I've had plenty of computers that is just, and it works.
That's bad karma.
Yeah. I can't deny that. No, that checks out. Okay. How does my celebrate emote look, Melon? Well, I wouldn't go that far, Larian. Mia, did you hear about the new ascendancy for Source? I did. I was torn between Bear and Jinn Sorcerer. I went Bear. So all the power to you. By Bear, I mean Druid. I went Druid. Don't ew bear me. You haven't even played it. You don't know. You don't even know. The power. I feel like the one guy in that short video where they go around slapping everybody in the picnic. That's what it feels like. It's so powerful. I'm just going around bear slapping everybody, and it's the best. It's so fun. It's so fun. I did wolf, died 3 times, switched to bear, killed him immediately. Like it's not even close. Skill issue? Probably. I don't care. I'm having a blast.
Celebrate is very cute.
Thank you. We'll still save this as a PNG. It's fine. And it's now with shading. Alright, now if I refresh, is it gonna be on Twitch? It is! Let's see if it connects. Ah, it doesn't connect. There's a space in between it. It still looks good though.
Yeah.
It's a little busy, but you know what? It's fine. It's good enough. And the only heat source I have is my PC. Oh gosh. Okay, so not only have you been sick for 3 days, but you haven't had heat? You didn't turn your heat on for 3 days? My guy, please. Your body. You only have one. This is it. At least I'm pretty sure. We're kind of getting to that point in science where you can kind of start switching things around a bit. But that's for the rich folks. That ain't for us yet. That's gonna take a hot minute to like trickle down a bit. I haven't turned my heat on since I arrived. I have a robot body ready. Oh, really? You're gonna go full Terminator? Don't tell anyone. Oh, of course. Luckily, we're not live.
Yeah.
Looks at the camera. Okay. So celebrate is now done. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more emotes left, but that's all the free ones. Now it's the tier 1 and animated. We won't do animated today because that's a lot of work. Drew Melon model on Magma. Ooh.
Oh,
Where?
go back.
Oh, it's so cute! Oh my god! You need to see it. It's so good. Ludo's very talented.
Just let me finish logging in, Jesus. It's like, tell us all about yourself. Create a full profile. I'm like,
Yep,
you don't
yep.
know me.
You don't know me!
Oh, it's so cute.
Isn't it so cute?
Oh my god.
No, they're exceptionally talented. Sorry, I can't get over it. It's so cute.
It's so cute.
Do you have an art tag yet?
I never really decided.
I feel like melon art would be confusing with other art about melons.
Yeah, I really like Suica art, and that tag hasn't been in use on social media in a while, but I'm pretty sure I remember the artist who used it is still using it. Let me recheck.
Luda says they like your model.
But thank you. I worked so hard. I love her.
Yeah, they did a really good job. Or, all of you did. Took the motor out to the baby blade launcher. So powerful that it went launched another blade instead of watermelon. Oh no! Alarian committing melon sins live via Twitch.
Oh my god, I'm just going back and forth, going all over every monitor.
Welcome to being a streamer.
Right. And I took a portable vacuum cleaner apart, took the motor out to make a Beyblade launcher. So powerful that launched another Beyblade inside a watermelon! No! My cousin!
All watermelons are related via cousins. It's like, yeah.
I'm gonna... It has not been in use since 2022.
What hasn't been in use?
That art tag.
Oh,
But
okay.
that dreamer is still active. They just have not used that tag in 3 years.
How?
That bad manners.
You are asking the wrong guy. I have no idea. You and Kit are like the experts as far as this kind of stuff, as far as I'm concerned. I have no clue what is considered bad manners. I look to y'all for bad manners. Actually, I do need to do this one more time because I missed this one here. Yes. I thought it looked odd. Yes. Yes. You finally downloaded. Enjoy, King, and try not to have your entire day float away like whenever I play PoE 2. It literally is, oh, I'm a funny little bear, ha ha ha. What do you mean it's 3 a.m.? Like, essentially. That was me last night. I think, yeah, one of our friends was just like, it's 3 a.m. and all of us were like, what? What do you mean? You have a what on the 19th? Like a test or a project? Me with Minecraft?
God, I've been getting the Minecraft itch so much lately.
Especially since I just started posting the VODs for when we all played it. I've also been like, oh, that was so much fun. How do I feel nostalgic?
For something that was this year, right?
Yeah, it was just like it was like 5 months ago. And I'm like, bro, what? There's no way. But yeah, no, like there's one kind that I definitely want to play, but I don't know if y'all would, in which it really like satisfactories it. where it's like, oh, you have drills and automation and all that stuff. But I think the next one that we should do is the like Pokemon mod stuff.
I really want to do Cobblemon. I think that would be so much fun.
I think Cobblemon would be
It's like
awesome.
in our Minecraft channel in Discord, one of my most previous messages is when Cobblemon, and Kit in voice chat was like, "Look at this, Melon when Cobblemon, shut up."
Alarian wants you to name his druid.
Oh,
Yeah, Cobblemon goes like is pretty and deep. Like it's very good.
gotta ban these bots.
In fact, it has like a Pokédex that's like a lot better than regular Pokemon. It's like very, very good. I might be thinking of Pixelmon though too. I might be mixing the two. They're very similar. Granted, any fan of either one, I was probably just insulted by saying that. They're nothing alike! This one has a green UI instead of a blue! It's totally different!
It's totally different. They used a different filter on this one tree. I know, I definitely
Listen.
want like a group of friends to play Cobblemon.
Yeah, I think... I was like, I'm not even asking. No, like, the more the merrier when it comes to, like, the Minecraft, it's like streamer get-together thing, so... I see no reason.
The first name that came to mind was Plitz. Plitz.
Plitz. Plitz the Druid is very funny. I like that. Watch out, the almighty Plitz. It's like...
One of the OG Minecraft YouTubers. I played Minecraft for the first time ever in my life this year.
Yeah,
Uploading. Time to revisit.
Yeah, time to go back to your roots. Be the new upcoming Minecraft YouTuber.
I know, I definitely do. I don't want to keep harassing Kit because he was so grateful in like starting the server for us.
Yeah,
last time.
it would also
In fact-
very overwhelming for him.
Yes, if I just said the name is Plitz. Plitz.
Yeah.
If I can figure out how to start a server, I will take that off Kit's hands. But also, if he wants to do that,
Plitz.
oh my
Plitz.
get your head out of the gutter.
P. P is in play. No, that's not a good one. Because you could also
P
think
as
it's
in
C.
Pony.
Pony, yes. Oh my gosh, Alarian. Do you have stuffy ears too? Plitz. Z is in zebra. Z is in Zelda. Z is in you need to go to bed. I'm gonna force feed you soup. I'm gonna drown you in goodwill. That's a punishment I can give you. You're like, I'm typing it. I'm just typing it. That's so real.
When you give...
You better not. Post-COVID?
No.
Post-COVID,
Please, I have the immune system of a Victorian child.
Post-COVID, coughing on someone is like being punched in the face is a reasonable response. Do not at me. You have no idea how triggering those, like, that period was when people were just pretending to, like, cough on people for, like, rage baiting. Oh my gosh. Like, then do not complain what happens when you do it. don't complain. Whatever happens, happens.
Called instant karma. Remember
Yeah.
when we were talking about-
Karma is what I call my right hand.
Willa!
Oh gosh. Well, I also know people ate soap at one point, so like people are dumb. Oh, I love the buff dodo happening. Kazoo type.
Thank you.
I remember the toilet. Oh gosh, I need to stop remembering about COVID. It just makes me mad. That's all it
Almost
does.
like it was an extremely like traumatic time for the entire world.
Yeah, I'm still properly processing of just how I'm gonna come out to the other side of it. Because people are dumb.
Thank you for the blessing. Oh, use a bidet. I wish bidets were more common in the United States.
Agreed.
Oh my god.
Agreed. You know what? Let's do a quick ad break. I think we skipped the last two. Bro, just buy one on Amazon for $40. But then they would have to hook it up. And what am I, a plumber? I mean, what are they, a plumber?
Yeah, why are you in their house hooking up the bidet?
I need the money.
It's not even that hard after
Listen.
Again. Welcome to America, dude. As much as we would love to have you here, like in the meat space with us, Hilarion, stay safe. Stay
Yeah.
out of America.
Yeah, no. Do not recommend. Stay back. Well, I'm thinking this ad is showing up. You soup and donuts. You know what? They clocked you. Get this man some food.
Man, some soup and donuts. Stats.
Alright, what's the next one? What's the next one that we want? Oh, let's do Duck Army. It'll be our raid emote.
Duck Army.
Duck Army raid emote. Boop, boop. There we go. What is this? Oh, that's just fluff on my screen.
Claim it. I'm gonna claim sweetheart.
Hell yeah. What does this first part mean?
It's suika. That's Japanese for watermelon.
Okay, thank you. I'm thinking ideal art, but it's spelled with a 1.
Ideal art.
Because I'm trying to make it consistent across platforms and stuff like that, so it checks out. At first I thought dodo art, but I was like, the direction I'm going, there's going to be more than dodo, and it would be weird to post other stuff dealing with the same kind of stuff that isn't dodo related. Plus, I think dodo art is taken.
There's more dodos.
You'd be surprised.
Totally not looking at a build.
Mm-hmm.
Build as a new computer or what? Oh, for PoE. Okay.
Yeah. You know why no one's doing Wyvern, Alarian? Because of Bear. Give Bear a shot and you're going to see the majesty that is Bear. Also, Wyvern, stat-wise, is more, tank. It gives you a lot of resiliency. But Bear... Bear gives you some good stuff. It's kind of like in the middle between dragon and wolf, because wolf is like, it feels glass cannon, and then dragon feels tank, and bear feels tinky DPS. Marvel Rivals. The one girl that can choke people out. I forget the name. Well, as a Groot main myself, Rogue or Emma? I was thinking Emma. I forgot Rogue also now has choking. And y'all, if you're running out of room, feel free, there's extra one as well. Feel free to draw on that if you so desire. I'm picking bear? Yeah, you are. That's what I thought. No, seriously though, you can do dragon.
Last night, and there were, or last night and the night before, and there were just 3 bears wreaking havoc.
It's true. It's true. It's 3 bears and a witch. Pretty much. Oh, okay, so what are we thinking? We're thinking... Let's do the shape thing again. That was kind of fun. Someone took your whole layer, Scallion? How did they do that? I didn't realize you could even do that. I do love the bug Yuri. I thought it's very funny. I didn't even know you could do it though. I assumed everyone's layers are like... Wait, hold on. Why do I see 2 melons? Melon, are you in here twice?
What? Oh, yes. I forgot to close the other tab.
I was like, wait a minute. Are you getting... Is your identity being stolen?
I'll stop being a layer whore.
Man, if I had a nickel.
There's another me on there. Ah!
So good, right?
Y'all's art is so cute.
I recommend checking them out.
Handle one. Hey, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say about me?
Huh? Oh, Valerian. You know, it might just be easier to just take a snapshot of the duck war thing that I already have set up and just have that be the email. It is one of my favorite redeems that I've ever completed. Because what it is... Well, the original redeem was just like, oh, I want there to be like a duck army interaction. And I'm like, I got you. And then I made a whole system where you can choose, the chat can vote which sides has a giant war between like a zombie Mama Dodo and the duck Mama Dodos, and whoever wins goes across the screen and they fly everywhere, and it's super funny, and I get carried off the screen. So good. All that was Da Vinci, by the way. Da Vinci Resolve. I just copied the same layer over and over again and then have them do like a different transform stuff. And then overlaid all the sounds. Bro, my muscle memory is so... keeps trying to use buttons from Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, no. Now that checks out. Let us see. How do I want to do this? I kind of want... Why not? Oh. That's why. Then we have like... Man, that's so bad. We're just gonna delete it so I'm less embarrassed. What I will say though, this game has a very chill soundtrack.
I really like it.
It's very good. Like even when I was having issues with the back screen, I've just been having it just be in the background. It's a nice change of pace for the music. Because I essentially been using the same music background for like a year and a half because every time I try to do something else that's quote-unquote copyright free, I get flagged. So I'm like, well, it's back to good old faithful. I think that just means I need to hurry up and make my own music.
Oh, idealist.
What? That one...
Make your design first.
Yeah. Yeah. A part of me says yeah, but then a part of me is just like, but there's so many other things that need to happen before the design.
No! I need to draw you!
So it's selfish. It's
Yes.
selfish. Oh gosh, honestly, I really do need to do it. The more accustomed people are going to be that Mama Dodo is the face. I can't even deny that.
Yeah, that's not even, like,
Yeah, she is the face.
caught in 19K. I'm selfish. I want to draw art for my friends.
Yes. I don't know why this reminded me of this, but you making that voice. Did Goblin Cleanup get an update?
I know that Discord was like pinging for preview stuff. I didn't actually look to see if an update came out or not.
Well, let's see. Let me check. I'll do it right now. Goblin. Let's see here. That's better with friends category. Yeah. Cleanup is out. Full customized male goblins. We can have male goblins now. I don't know. I don't know about you, but I'm not being a male goblin. So, wonderful.
Your female dog Dimmadome.
Oh no, it's just like I like.
I like how they look.
Yeah, I just like the look better. I remember when I was playing a lot of chess, I keep wanting to move objects in real life like rocks. I used to play a good amount of chess. Well, actually, I take that back. When I say I used to play a good amount of chess, it was we had a chessboard at home and my dad kicked my butt all the time on it. That was my interaction with chess. But I like chess. And apparently I'm good at it, which is funny. Because I remember playing it with some friends, and one of them is like competitive in chess, like pretty up there, and I beat him like 3 times. And I was like, it's gonna take a moment. Well, that's the reason that it's beneficial is because since I don't know what I'm doing, I'm reacting based on the information provided to me. So I'm very good at reading people and good at adjusting my strategy to them. So it gives me a bit of an edge versus somebody who's done it a long time and have these predetermined patterns that they're trying to stick to. And like, it's hard to find a countermeasure to somebody who isn't following a rule, which I wasn't. So less to do with him and more to do with my playstyle is just very good at countering that kind of mentality or that kind of strategy. And I dreamt of chess games and chessboards. You know what I've always wanted though? I've always wanted to make my own custom chess board with like pieces, like carved.
He's showing off.
Listen. You can't ban me. I'm the streamer. All of you hop over to Melon stream. I no longer have any viewers. Like,
Zero viewers.
0 viewers. My own single view, which is impossible to lose, somehow gets immediately. Addition to male goblin, new Halloween cosmetic. Addition new toggle for customization. Halloween. Reset unregistered items. Improve the scanner. I feel like we played the patch too, though. Yeah, it looks like it's just the customization stuff. I don't see anything else. Hey, welcome back. Welcome back. Ooh, Barbaric played Cleanup recently. That's actually good. That's a fun game that I recommend everyone play with friends.
When we played it for an entire weekend every day.
Well, we were trying to get Kai to affiliate.
Yeah.
I wonder if they hit affiliate.
I don't think so.
Really? I thought we got the average up, and then at that point you didn't need to go any further.
Maybe? I can't remember what she said.
Okay. So what do I... I'll do... Can I, like... There we go. What? Oh. Be my friend in chess on accident.
Yeah.
You're just that good.
Sorry
Oh, no.
for who's coming through. He probably saw another dog walking across the street.
How dare they? Because if I remember correctly, let's see here. We need Let's open the... Let's bring out the duck.
Bring out the duck.
Bring out the duck. Bring out the duck. I'm just like ringing. Bring out your duck. Me when I was an RA. Because,
People keeping ducks?
yeah. Yeah, they were.
Oh.
So FYI, ducks aren't allowed on campus. I was an RA, and people in town were giving away ducklings every year. And every year we had to crack down on it because you can't have ducklings. And I remember one time, it was early round, so I want to say like 6 or 7 p.m. or something, and I was going round is where you basically walk around the building, and you essentially it's a patrol, and then you just make sure everything's fine. Okay, have fun playing chess, Ludo. Thank you for your excellent drawings. They're amazing as always. And I hope you win. And then one of my hallway residents, that's the word, walked by us, and the RA I was with was kind of like paused, and he was just like, give me 1 second. And then he went to go talk to the person. They had a conversation, and then he came back. And I was like, what was that about? And he said, well, when they walked by, I heard their backpack meow. So we went to check up with them, and apparently there had been some stray cats, some stray kittens that had been out.
No.
And they have apparently were passing it around to different people's rooms so that I wouldn't catch them for like 3 weeks.
Whoa.
And they were literally going to drop it off to a shelter, and then that's when they got caught. So I was like, well, since they're already dropping to the shelter, hopefully you didn't clock bomb that. And they were like, no. Since it's already gone, what are we going to do? Like, tell them to do what they're already doing.
Yeah.
But I was just like, no, man, I'm bad at my job. But in reality, I was just like, I very much had a particular philosophy when it came to being an RA, which was, don't be stupid. It was basically like, I know y'all are going to do things you're not supposed to do. I know you're going to push the boundaries that you want to push, but it's better to come to me when safety is involved, and don't let me catch you, was essentially what it was. So, like, if someone's about to get hurt, don't worry about getting in trouble. Just come to me. And then, like, if I catch you doing it, I have to write you up. But I'm not going to be, like, actively looking for it. So, for most of the time, it was fine. It was great. And I think my favorite... Hi, Cyrex, how you doing? I think my favorite interaction with a resident was... Yeah, you say that, and yet you've been bed-bound, not eating. Was... I had a knock on my door. It was probably like 10 o'clock at night. And I opened it, and it was one of my residents. And he said, do you have any condoms? And I'm like, yes, actually. Because our school gives RA just like, essentially a brown bag full of just free condoms to give out to residents. In which...
Like, just, gonna do it. Please be safe.
Essentially, yeah. They were just like, hey. Yeah. And so I was just like, oh, how much do we need? And I'm like, how much do you got? And I just kind of look at him, and I'm like, all right, I don't know if you're bragging, or... like, and then, like, I just got this feeling. It was like, what are you going to use this for? And he said, well, my roommate is losing his V card tonight, and I want to decorate the door. And I opened the closet, grabbed the bag, and I was like, tell me when you're done. I want to see it. And he did. And it said, congratulations on losing your virginity. And it was taped up streamers and condoms everywhere. It was so funny. It was so good. Oh my gosh. College is funny, man. I got real lucky with my hallways. I didn't have a whole lot of issues. I think my favorite resident, I want to say, was a guy who was a bit of a kleptomaniac. He stole stuff. In particular, he loved stealing light post lights. So he liked climbing up light posts and stealing the lights from them. So when I did like a room inspection one time, and it was just filled with different light bulbs of different sizes and colors, and I'm like, oh, this is really interesting. Where'd you get that? It's like, oh, I stole it from lampposts. And I'm like, what? First of all, why did you tell me that? And second of all, what? And he was like a very avid climber and a very, very good photographer. So I hope he's out there getting some real good pictures. But yeah, I also had another resident that had, no joke, he was like the head of the ROTC and had 3 majors and 4 minors.
Why?
Because he was able to do it all. He, like, not only was he like this huge, intelligent, funny, nice guy, but could do it all. And I'm just like, God, I love you, but how are you human? How are you human right now? It was crazy. No, you meet some interesting people. I think one of my other favorite ones was, it was more embarrassing than favorite, but it was just memorable, I would say, is we walked into the common living area to 2 people about to have sex on the couch. And, you know, they were embarrassed and they walked out. And then I looked over to the person I was doing on RA like walkthrough with, and they looked at me and they're like, they're my residents. They knew them. They knew them and everything. And I'm like, oh wow, like, I guess, you know, if the room's occupied, but, you know, it doesn't mean that it's okay to do it in a public space. And they turned to me and they're like, actually, I know for a fact that neither of their roommates are here. They just decided that they wanted to do that. And when we continued the rounds, these were like 2 different buildings that were side by side, and in between the walls are glass, so you can kind of see in between. So when we went to the other building as we went on rounds, we saw them talking to other members of the we're like, I know what they're talking about. Oh gosh. Yeah. That's what allowed me to go to college, because it paid for my room and board. Oh, right. I was opening duck. I was sitting here being like, what was I doing?
Completely gone.
That wasn't a side mission. That was a DLC worth of sidetracking. Where is... Boom, 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 boom. It's not call center. Where are you? Game dev, here we go.
Oh my god, Brew. I'll be back.
Let's do... So it looks like it's just on top. So it's... There you go. All right. No, that just gave her belly. We don't want that. Okie dokie. So I kind of want the bear to be like a hand that actually looks decent, pretty please. There we are. And then like a sword. That doesn't look like a sword. Okay, I'm back from chess. I'm so bad. I'm gonna cry. No, it's okay. You will get better. I promise. What's a funny thing a duck would hold when going into a fight? Because I'm like, on one hand I'm like sword, and then I'm like a part of me thinks bread, like a giant thing of bread, would be pretty funny. I don't know. Toy hammer? I could see it. What would it be? Maybe is it called a horsetail? What do they call them? It's the things that look like at the end, look like grass that grew through a hot dog. That if you ever try to bite into, would like fluff up. Not that I would know. Looks around. How can I make this? There you go. Better. Okay. Oh, thank God. And then we'll... Better. Whew. Alright, so that's a sword. Did you see the source ascendancy node? Where it allows the source to hold a focus while using a staff? Yeah! I did. There's another one that allows something similar to happen with the druid. That one will allow you to use a talisman with a scepter. Except it will increase the cost of non-summoning... Uh-oh. Are we good? Did it just reload? What was that about? It increases non-summoning, Why is this... Why is it now off? Alright, we'll just do like... We'll just make it a little more. There we go. It increases the cost of things that are non-summoning that require spirit, but reduces the cost of anything that is summoning. Yes. I like this Slime Rancher costume. Well, feel free. You can turn it back. Pretty much any costume on that list is redeemable. I believe I redeemed the IC one. The little helper as well. And it's Slime Mama Dodo. I'm saving my points. Understandable. For a greater cause. Uh-oh. I am both intrigued and afraid. Honestly, the best combination. Alright, this is not available. Let me redeem you. Let me get your points back real quick. You can waste them? Alright. Okay. I really need to give y'all some things to pay for it.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Hey Melon,
Huh?
what's your not philosophy, but what's your perspective as far as VIP?
In regards to what?
Well, I just don't know how to use it. Really, like when to apply it, because a part of me was just like, well, we could make it so that you could be VIP for a certain amount of like channel points, because there's an avid amount of points, like, but besides just it there being an additional badge to it, is there really anything else about it that I should know about?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
VIP? Like the thing that you can give people? You can give them VIP on Twitch?
Like, as part of your, like, mod team?
I don't know. I thought you would know.
I only know the mod, artist, and editor.
Interesting. I thought, yeah, I knew about there being an artist group. That I think, can there only be one artist? Or can there be multiple artists?
No, I think there can be multiple.
Okay. Well, let me look. Let me see. Let me see if I'm crazy. Roles manager. Add new. Oh. Yeah, there's moderator, artist, and VIP. And I think I can do... I think it's like 5? It's like you get more, you unlock more as you like get more subs and stuff like that. It's like, it's something that you unlock after a period of time.
Oh yeah, it's not unlocked for me, but it says 0 out of 20.
Yeah. So you can VIP people, but I don't know.
So VIPs are valuable members of a creative community who are recognized with special badge. VIPs can perform the following actions: chat without being affected by slow, sub only, followers only modes. Chat without being affected by rate limits. Post links in chat even when links are disabled.
Oh, got you. Okay. Okay. So it essentially makes VIPs exceptions to limitations.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting. This is a yeah. There have been people who've been here for a hot minute. We also have the command follow age to show how long you've been following.
Oh yeah.
That was something that I recently added. Well, relatively recently. I think it comes standard if you use Stream Elements, but I don't use Stream Elements, so.
Excuse me.
A lot of my stuff is just handmade. Like Alarian, who tried that command, what was it, clear? Exclamation mark clear last week? Which I never even heard of, but apparently it deletes your like message history. Vanish. That's what it was.
Oh.
Yeah. Because he said something sus and then tried to make it go away and he couldn't. And I'm like, nope, that's there for everyone to see. But if that's something that people really want, I don't mind adding it. It shouldn't be too hard to figure that out. Scallon, you do bones so well. Gotta say. Don't say things like that, please. I'm loving everything about this. Every week that we've done this, we have like a new slate, and then I post what everyone drew in the Discord every week. And it's been really fun seeing like everyone kind of doing their own thing. and building off each other. Scallion seems to be really into Mama Dodo with a muscular man body today.
Yeah, I do see that.
That's the second one they drew today. The first one was already in Discord. That was so funny. Trying out a new design for Ramiel. Ooh. I like it though. As somebody who draws more bones than you think a normal, usual person would, I still struggle with making them look good. I think, if anything, that just shows I need to work on my anatomy, which is really funny because I'm a biology major. You think I would know it? I know how it functions. I could think of it in my head. I just can't get my hand to understand that. Sorry, I'm just looking now. It is a cool major. Thank you. I really do enjoy like the education that I've done. Which because I have a master's in bioscience technology. So I'm like smart, but also like make bad financial decisions. I would not recommend getting a master's unless you need it in order to go up a corporate ladder. Like if it's keeping you from getting the job that you want. Because I thought it was going to get me to get paid more, and that was not what happened. Plus, I just wanted to stand out from other biology majors. Which did kind of work. Yeah, I don't recommend it. At least in the US. It might be worth it in other countries. It's just not worth the additional student loans. Would not recommend. But, as far as the things that I did learn, it was pretty cool. And I don't really regret it. I love science. I really, really do. Now, if they could write research papers a little less dry, that would be great. Because, damn, is it like sandpaper, like 80% of the time. It's so grating. I'm just like, oh, I know there's a way you need to write science. It needs to be like very. You can't flush it out with anything. But damn, do they need some whimsy in there. That's all I ask. Throw a joke. I don't care. Something. Yeah. Engineering papers, yeah. Anything that's a part of like the STEM. It's like, there's no place for whimsy, and it's like, there is.
You do still need to keep your readers engaged.
Yeah. I know that there's this one guy that I've been keeping an eye on TikTok, who has been making mathematical formulas for D&D spells.
Oh.
Yeah, looks really cool. It's good. It's good stuff. Definitely over my head. Definitely like, it's just like, I don't understand any of this. But very, very neat. And he like wrote books about like how like it works to the degree of like high level physics papers would look similar. Art reference obtained. Let's go! Splatoon 02 OC. Hell yeah. I never played Splatoon. I know a lot of people did, though. A lot of friends did.
I also didn't. I don't know why. Just never did.
It just didn't catch my interest. It just didn't hook me. I mean, it's a fun little competitive game that you can do in your off time. That's like the feel that I get for it.
Mm-hmm.
Well. And if you ever looked at Power Wash Simulator and you're like, actually, I want to do the exact opposite of this, it's a perfect game for you.
Yeah.
It's like, I actually want to paint everything. I don't want to get rid of the grime. I want to be the grime. I think what I might do is, at this point, I'm not even doing art. I'm just watching everyone else do art. But I have been live for 5 hours. So I think what I'm going to do, Melon, if it's okay with you, is I will in-stream and then raid you.
Okay.
And then...
I'll continue drawing for a little bit longer.
Yeah. And I'll still have this stuff going on. I won't, like, stop this link or anything. I'll still have it up and all that. But I think I hit a mental point where I think my brain was just like, okay, I'm done performing. I want to watch now. I just want to watch the amazing people do amazing things. Try to draw a chess piece. That's a tower, by the way. Ooh, hell yeah. No, this was a great Sunday. I'm loving everything that's happening here. Look at my siren. Honestly, again, the bones are so good. And then just the Melon OC drawings are fucking fantastic.
They're really cute.
They're so good.
I love them.
The Splatoon OC is also really good. I just don't know enough about Splatoon to be like, yeah, that makes sense. I'm just like, that's just a cool design. I would like to go to art school. That would be nice. Yeah! Go for it. I'm trying to do art without going to school. And they're...
My favorite class that just, like, opened up so many things in my mind was drawing from the live model. My anatomy from before that class and now, like, I'm a bit out of practice, but that was just eye-opening to actually draw from a live model instead of just, like, references.
What was the biggest difference?
Yeah.
Like, why was it so transformational for you?
I don't know, there's dimension, it's there, you can see it in the 3D space, like, if... And, like, having guidance from a teacher going throughout all that class, like, things just clicked faster than they ever did.
1 month of quick pose and then gave up. What's quick pose? No, but I value art. Going to school for art in particular, it's funny because I had friends in college who also got a degree in art while I was getting biology, and their workload was insane.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Website.
Oh.
Yeah, quick pose is nice, but like nothing compares to drawing from the live model. But quick pose is definitely like it does help a lot, but I can see kind of hitting a wall with that.
Yeah.
I have an art degree, have done jack shit with it. but
What do you mean? You helped made your model. What do you mean you done that jack shit?
I didn't. This is I commissioned a different artist and a rigger. I didn't draw this.
No, but you as far as what helped get to the point where they're able to utilize it, you helped as far as the idea and putting it together. That definitely didn't come from nothing, right?
That's true.
Yeah. Like proper character design and things of that nature. That's something.
That's so cool. Thanks. It's like general studio art degree, so kind of jack of all trades, master of none. I did a lot of physical art and actually didn't do a whole lot of digital art in school. That was mainly all just like hobby stuff. But I did a lot of different paintings, different mediums, charcoal, just like what is it called when you just like work with paper and layer it, like pieces of art are just
Oh, it's not panoramic. What is it called? I know what you're talking about.
Totally blanking on it, but I did a lot of like illustration. I tried typography and that was rough. I super admire people who can do typography. It did not click for me. What else did I do? I carried gigantic canvases to and from my classes.
You got a workout. That's what you got.
Yep. Yeah, doing a lot of different stuff. I realized what I did and did not like. Like I kind of like working with clay, but I did like a hand folding class and I did throwing, and it's very difficult. And now I'm married to someone who has a wheel in our garage. They love to throw so much.
So based. Alright. Well, I think we'll start shutting down and then we'll raid you so that we can continue on this art train.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for joining me today. It was a very chill day that I love.
Yeah, definitely very chill. Wait. Oh.
Wait.
Let me say one more thing.
Uh-oh. What are you gonna say?
Anything is not game accurate.
Again, I'm not stopping this drawing thing from happening. Y'all can continue forward. I won't post this until later on this evening. So feel free to continue doing what you're doing. It ain't going nowhere. And if you want, you feel free to, like, if you want to kind of give yourself a spotlight, we have a whole art section in Discord where you can. Or you can post it. You also have my permission to post it wherever if you want to select your drawings and then, like, on your own social medias and stuff like that. It's your art. Just if you're going to include other people's art, make sure to get their permission. Okay. I think we're all ready to go. All right. I stick around for the raid, and again, wonderful having you. Thank you for stopping by. Have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I'll see y'all Tuesday, hopefully. And if not, see you next week. All right, stick around for the raid. See you in a bit. Bye.